people and skip out on, quote, anxiety. Now, I have heard that before. I think people are just trying to value, like, feeling good. I think that's where a lot of it stems from. And as much as I would love to stay up late, there's no way.
And I feel like the cold plunge undoes all the things we just talked about in the 40s.
Right?
It takes all that away.
Yes, it wakes you up.
Years back on your life.
No, I can't do it right. You're way braver than me.
No, I don't.
Braver.
I'm not a fan. I used to have to do it in college after dance team practice, and I hated it then. I'm an adult. I'm like, nope, not doing it.
Maybe as you get a little bit older, you may appreciate it more.
I'll let you know in my 40s.
I don't want to jump in the pool when it drops below 88.
Good point.
She's right.
I'm not a fan. Have a great day, everybody.
See you guys.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Quickly want to let you know a couple of the things that we are keeping an eye on this morning, including a couple of national stories. I'll give you a live look right now at Capitol Hill. This is Senator Katie Britt, a Republican from Alabama. She's having the chance to ask some questions right now of Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, who is testifying in front of a Senate committee right now, an oversight hearing being put on by the Senate Judiciary Committee. We should note that Florida's Ashley Moody also sits on this committee. And so we are waiting to see when she gets the chance to speak. That we expect that to be shortly. Another interesting hearing going on Capitol Hill. This is the Senate Armed Services Committee. That's Democrat Mark Kelly from Arizona having the chance to discuss and ask some questions of the witness. Right now they're talking about potentially updating the National Defense Strategy. Obviously, very timely hearing when we were talking about what's going on in Iran and a number of other things as well. We heard just a little bit ago from Florida's Rick Scott, who also sits on that committee. Also want to give you a live look right now at the White House, where in just about 15 minutes or so, President Trump is expected to meet with the German Chancellor. They're going to be holding a bilateral meeting inside the Oval Office, and we also expect the president to take questions from reporters, as he often does at those things. So we will continue to keep an eye on that and listen in when that begins. But we are following up today with a local story out of Volusia County, where a deputy was shot while responding to a call, but he's expected to recover. This happened yesterday evening, Candler Street near Keyville Avenue in Deltona. And it may have been the deputy's body camera that saved his life.
If you don't believe in God, things like this make you believe in God. This could have turned deadly.
Yeah, you saw the body camera that he was holding up there, a thumbs up from the deputy as he was at the hospital yesterday. Deputy Jose Rivera, we're told he is stable, but again, a scary situation there. We also know that the suspect, Luis Jose Diaz Polanco, due in court this afternoon at 1:30 for his first appearance. Joining me live now to talk about this is Orlando Rolone, former Orlando police chief and also a law enforcement expert. And Chief Rolone, we appreciate you joining us this morning here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Good morning, Garrett.
So first, I just want to get your reaction. Obviously, a scary situation there, but to see that body camera that Sheriff Chitwood held up in that video, have you seen anything like that before? I mean, that is just crazy to see how close of a call this was. What's your reaction?
Well, it's first and most important. It's great to hear that Deputy Rivera is going to make a full recovery and that the subject responsible for the shooting is also in custody. It goes to show that, officers are afforded a lot of tools, a lot of things to put on their uniform to allow them to carry out their duties. And in this case, it just so happens that the body-worn camera played a pivotal role in safeguarding the deputy. But deputies are given a lot of equipment that they put on their bodies. It does weigh a lot, and technology is improving so that equipment can be minimized as far as the weight goes. But having body armor, having an outer vest carrier with all the extra things that are on there, to include the body-worn camera, in this case, it proved that it was something that actually benefited and saved potentially the officer from extensive injury.
And we know that the deputies were responding to a call for an alleged assault. The suspect had been allegedly done something to a vehicle that was on the street there. And so when a deputy gets a call like that, it certainly doesn't seem anything out of the ordinary. But I think it's just one of those cases where it goes to show that any call for law enforcement can be dangerous, potentially life-changing.
Absolutely, and that is why it is reinforced over and over again that no call should ever be viewed as a routine call. Officers are often put in situations, especially when it comes to training, where they're being tested, they're being put in very difficult situations so that when something like this comes up, they can revert back to muscle memory. They can revert back to that mental state that is necessary for you not to panic, to actually act on the training that you receive so that you can respond to the situation most appropriately. It's very important. And most modern law enforcement or progressive law enforcement agencies are doing this across the country. You're giving officers more training today than they have ever received before. You're putting officers in situations during that training, basically to consider worst case scenarios, hoping always for the best, but training them to act or respond to worst case scenarios. And in this case, it shows so far, based on the information that the sheriff has released, that these officers, these deputies, basically went into a situation where the unknown was expecting them. The individual had the advantage of having an environment familiar to them. He actually got some shots off, but fortunately, the deputies were able to react quick enough to take Officer Rivera and take him to safety, and then eventually peacefully arrest the individual responsible. That deserves a lot of praise.
You mentioned the deputies, pulling the injured deputy to safety, and again, we're thankful that he's going to be okay and is making that recovery. Gave a bit of a thumbs up there. Just talk to us about that response and how your partners on the scene are trained to respond in a situation like that, when obviously they are also in danger and having to respond to the situation at hand, but also doing what they can to help their brother in arms.
Rescue training is something that is also very common these days, but it doesn't eliminate the possibility that during that rescue, someone else could get hurt. And officers, this is the one thing that everyone sometimes may not think it through or think about, the great potential that officers put themselves on when it comes to harm. These officers knew they were going into a situation where another officer had been shot. These officers did not know who else was inside of that scene and still risk their lives to rescue their fellow officer. And this is something that they will do not just for another officer, they'll do it for the common citizen. So again, it goes to show that the Volusia County Sheriff's Office has done a great job training their deputies. They responded to a situation that was very, very serious and concerning for all, but yet they were able to do it successfully, where the officer was rescued and the individual was taken into custody without further loss of life.
Yeah, let's talk about the suspect. You see his booking photo there. Luis Jose Diaz Polanco scheduled to make his first appearance in court this afternoon. We have learned from court records and that kind of thing that he was previously Baker acted last year, and so obviously at that point you're not supposed to have guns or anything like that. But according to an arrest affidavit, he had purchased one from a marijuana dealer in Sanford. And so I think, does that just go to show that not, you can't always prevent things like this?
You're absolutely right, Garrett. And even agencies have an ability to basically flag locations for potential threats. Say, for example, you have an address where you have repeatedly gone to it. There's someone there that has posed potentially a danger to someone. You can flag those addresses. But when it comes to a situation like this, the individual is not legally allowed to possess a firearm yet through the criminal market. He was able to get one. It's a serious problem when in our country right now, we have more guns in the street than we have the actual population, which is over 360 million people. And there are more guns out there than the population of our country. That's something to be concerned about. So we must do more in order to be able to address this situation so that individuals like this suspect cannot get their hands on weapons. And ultimately, when they do, if we can track where that gun came from, that stiff and very, very high penalties are put in place, or extensive penalties are put in place for those individuals that are participating in that type of environment where they're given individuals not allowed to possess weapons that can harm others.
We also know from the arrest affidavit that this suspect told investigators that he was on medication for schizophrenia, but hadn't been taking it, or at least had missed some doses over the past few weeks because of missing appointments. And we're working to learn more about that treatment and whether that's something that was court ordered, because we do know he has faced charges in the past. But I just want to get your take on the difficulty and some of the unpredictability when it comes to law enforcement interactions with suspects who do have mental health issues or backgrounds in that, and how law enforcement can handle those situations. Well, I believe we may have lost our Zoom feed.
Did we come back?
Yes, I think we're back.
All right. Can you see me right? I see my screen sort of turned. All right. So when it comes to those situations, de-escalation training is obviously something that is being used quite often when it comes to the overall training that officers receive, but it still doesn't prepare you for a situation when the individual who cannot reason with the situation may already be in a mindset of where he wants to cause harm to those that are trying to help him. So it is always a very difficult situation. That is also a point to bring up to anyone who's familiar with someone who may be going through mental crisis. There are tools that are afforded to law enforcement to respond to those situations, but oftentimes there may be friends or family members who may have additional information that can help guide the response for law enforcement when someone is in mental crisis. So the tools are out there, the services are out there to help those individuals, but law enforcement also needs the cooperation of people that may be familiar with those situations to help them guide them when it comes to their response.
Right. So last thing here, Chief Rolone, before we let you go, just what's next in an investigation like this? So, we are expecting to hear from the sheriff later today, releasing some of the body camera video and that kind of thing. What's happening now? And just kind of walk us through the next steps of what an investigation would look like for this as the criminal case moves forward against this suspect.
Anytime a significant incident takes place, there's an opportunity to revisit or review the actions that were taken, not only from the suspect and what harm they may have caused, but also the response. Was everything done according to training? Was everything done in a way that it was in line with the way the officers, their policies and training governed? Is there an opportunity to potentially review future response as lessons learned from significant incidents? So there's going to be a lot going on, of course. Right now, the most important thing is to provide the deputy the support that they'll need in their recovery process, but to also address the case itself as that case is being put together to be submitted to the state attorney for further review.
Former Chief Orlando Rolone, we appreciate you joining us. Always appreciate your perspective, and thanks for taking the time to talk with us today.
Thank you, Garrett.
And we do want to let you know again, 3 o'clock, around that time is when we expect to hear from Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood, who is going to give us an update on where things stand with this deputy. And also, we do expect to have the release of that body camera video. And again, just crazy to see that body camera hardware itself, that camera that was strapped to the chest that likely took a bullet and potentially saved that deputy's life. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We still have a lot to get to, so keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Let me give you a live look at the White House right now, where we're awaiting President Trump, expecting him to be meeting shortly with the German Chancellor, going to be in the Oval Office for a meeting. We expect to hear some remarks from the president at the outset of that. Often also takes some questions. So we will see what he has to say specifically. If there's any questions asked about the situation with Iran, a number of other things that we are monitoring. So we will keep an eye out for that and bring that to you when it begins. But right now, I want to get you to Capitol Hill, where Senator Richard Blumenthal, he's a Democrat from Connecticut, having the chance to ask some questions of the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, who is testifying in this oversight hearing that's being conducted by the Senate Judiciary Committee. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
President Trump. Is the agent who shot Ms. Martinez still on the job?
Sir, our law enforcement officers conduct operations every day according to procedures and to training and the experience that they have. When there is something that is not done
Ms.
properly,
Martinez still on the job carrying a gun?
I don't know the details. I will find out and get that information to you.
Would you agree with me that he shouldn't be on the job carrying a gun?
I will look into this case and get back to you on the details. I'm not
I think
familiar
Americans
with it.
would find it absolutely terrifying that that agent is still on the job carrying a gun. And the fact that you can't tell me that you will take him off?
Sir, do you know who Angel Samanago is? Do you recognize that name?
You know,
This is
I
an
think
individual
we're talking about
that was murdered
an egregious
in your
illegality
state
here,
by an
a
illegal
violation
alien,
of rights and trust.
duct taped.
The answers are
It looks
very
like it was
simple,
an assassination.
And I would have hoped
I haven't
that
heard you say one
could
victim's
give better
name
answers today
from illegal
to these
immigrants that
three
are here
individuals.
perpetuating
Would you like
violence
to say
against
anything
people.
to Ms. Miramar?
I'd
Ms.
like to hear you
Ramirez,
say the
or
name
Mr.
of one of our victims
Venegas?
of illegal criminal activity and fight for one of those victims so that we can stop as many of them from being created in the future by people who should never be in this country to begin with. Illegal individuals
charges
and aliens that are
against
in this country.
Ms. Martinez were dismissed with prejudice. Let me ask you about a memo that evidently was written by the acting director of ICE. This memo, have you seen it?
I can't tell what it says. I see lots of memos. I see
Well, this memo
many a
is
day.
by acting director Todd Lyons. It's been frequently referenced in the hearing that I conducted by the whistleblower who testified, Brian Schwank, as being the basis for instructing ICE agents. It specifically says that ICE agents should violate the Fourth Amendment and break into people's homes without a judicial warrant. Do you agree with it?
I will look at that memo, sir. I can't read it from here, but if it's referencing administrative warrants, that is the proper legal tool that this body has given us to utilize on immigration enforcement operations. Those administrative warrants were provided and affirmed by the Supreme Court.
Let me ask you one last
and we'll
question.
continue to use those.
Madam Secretary, does Corey Lewandowski have a role in approving contracts? And if so, what is that role?
His role as a special government employee, and special government employees work for the White House and the administration. There's thousands of them.
So he does have a role.
Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since we're having folks stand up, I would have Laken Riley stand up. I would have Kayla Hamilton stand up. I would have Jocelyn Ngari stand up. I would have Rachel Morin stand up. I would have the beautiful sons and daughters who were murdered by illegal immigrants stand up, but they can't because they're dead. They were murdered by illegal immigrants that were led into this country by Joe Biden. And I think it's important to set the stage, since we're having this oversight hearing, to set the stage how we got here. 5 years ago, something was done that had never been done in the history of our country. We had a president who willfully ignored immigration laws and immigration enforcement, threw open the border to 15 million people who are here illegally, tens of thousands of murderers, hundreds of thousands of hardened, violent criminals. And we can debate why. I know why. They're trying to pump up the numbers for their congressional districts because they lost the case with the American people. But the tragedies that ensued, the tragedies that were left in the wake of this disastrous policy are what we're left with. And your job now is to finally enforce our immigration laws. And they don't like it. They actually don't think that anybody should have to leave. Because if you create the problem so big, which is what Joe Biden and the Democrats tried to do, the only solution is mass amnesty. And I'm here to tell you, we're not doing it. And the mass deportations will continue. Thank God we front-loaded the money for ICE. Thank God we did it. Because it was just a matter of time. Now, by the way, the outrage machine has moved on to something else, so I actually have hope that maybe we'll actually approve DHS funding. But we're not kneecapping ICE. We're not doing it. We're not going to take away the tools that they have to deport criminals in this country who are raping and murdering sons and daughters. So for all the spectacle that the Democrats want to create, the American people will not lose sight of what this mission is, which is to restore American sovereignty. No country, no sane country would ever do this. We lived through it. Now it's time to fix it. And this sanctuary status that many of these jurisdictions, there's about 11 that matter the most in this country. But what is that about? What does that really mean? It means that the local leaders will not tell ICE when rapists and murderers and criminals are released from prison so they can be deported. Think about that. Think about that. That's what's happening. And by the way, it's happening in Northern Virginia. The new governor just today said that this brutal killer, Abdul Jallo, an illegal immigrant from Sierra Leone with more than 30 prior arrests, who brutally stabbed to death Stephanie Minter, a mother, an American citizen, less than 50 miles from here. She will not work with ICE. If for some reason this monster gets released, she will not let ICE know when he's being released. Think about that. That's what is happening in this country. So forgive me if I don't want to be lectured by the Democrats on this point. I would think in a different time, in a different place, that we could all actually agree that if somebody is here illegally and they're being released from prison, that we would let federal law enforcement know about it. Apparently not. And so if you want to know why we had the flashpoint in Minneapolis, it's because it's a sanctuary jurisdiction that wasn't letting anybody cooperate. It wasn't responding to 911 calls for law enforcement and encouraging people to engage in this kind of confrontation. So I just want to go through a few of these. I mentioned Abdul Jallo. Let's talk about the difference between states that actually work with ICE and states or jurisdictions that don't. This is the contrast. Cecilio Lopez Vaquez was an illegal alien from Guatemala. He was arrested by the Missouri Highway Patrol for DUI. Cecilio had previously been deported in 2006 and had an active rape warrant in Guatemala. Missouri is not a sanctuary state and turned Cecilio over to ICE. He was deported. Thank God. Hernando Garcia Morales was an illegal alien from Mexico. He was arrested multiple times in New Jersey for crimes including burglary. New Jersey is a sanctuary state, failed to notify DHS or ICE. He was released. On January 9th of this year, he threw a baseball-sized rock at a school bus, shattering a window and hospitalizing a third grader. Ariel Nunez Figueroa was an illegal alien from Mexico with an arrest warrant tied to the murder of 43 students at the Ayotzinapa Teachers College. ICE arrested him in Houston, Texas, not a sanctuary city. DHS deported him on March 6th. Christian Espinozo Sarango was an illegal alien from Ecuador, arrested in New Haven, Connecticut for sexually assaulting a minor. He was charged with multiple serious offenses. Connecticut's sanctuary laws prevented cooperation with ICE, and he was released into the community before being rearrested by ICE. Mayama Sese was an illegal alien from Liberia. She was a former rebel commander linked to war crimes, including recruiting and leading child soldiers. Despite a removal order entered in 2022, she was not taken into custody by ICE until April 19th of 2025. The previous administration refused to deport her. She has now since been deported. Hector Balderas Ahorne was an illegal alien from Mexico arrested in California for a felony hit and run that killed an 11-year-old boy. California, a sanctuary state, rejected DHS's detainer. Hector has a bond of $100,000 that could allow this guy back on the streets.
That's Eric Schmidt, Republican senator from Missouri, who is speaking right now in this Senate Judiciary Committee hearing, an oversight hearing of the Department of Homeland Security. We've heard some testimony from Secretary Kristi Noem, and this is continuing, so we'll keep an eye on that. Right now, we're going to take a quick break while we're waiting on President Trump. So keep it here on Fox Local at YouTube, and we will be right back. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, I know a lot of folks excited about that lunar eclipse that we had the chance to see this morning. I'll be honest, I didn't get out quite at the right time, so I was out a little bit late, and then I was looking around and I missed it.
Well, that was it for 3 years. 3 years, 3 months, and 27 days. You've got to wait till the end of June of 2029 to have another chance.
I'll go ahead and set a calendar reminder for that.
I think it might rain that day, so there's that. But this is what it looked like from Joel Mathis in Claremont. A beautiful shot here of the blood moon. And if you play Zelda or have kids that play Zelda, you know that's kind of a big player, right? Link, it's a blood moon. It's a big cultural thing. Anyway, the blood moon, it drives deep. And it also goes back to like ancient history. You know, Garrett, I was looking at the mythology surrounding these lunar eclipses, and it's fascinating. You go back to ancient Mesopotamia, to every culture in history, and it's always rooted in usually apocalyptic happenings or the prediction of. But hopefully that's not what this is a forbearance of or a sign of, a harbinger of, but it is a nice sight nonetheless and an astronomical, just amazing thing to see. Just one of those moments, a celestial moment in time. This blood moon, as it's known, set at 10 minutes to 7 this morning. So if you were up late, you missed it. And again, that's it till June of 2029. Beautiful to see, though. Now, as far as our weather goes today, we're going to have a chance for a couple of showers moving onshore from the Atlantic, especially in Brevard County and maybe some of those surviving into Osceola County. Already, we've seen a couple of isolated, but locally moderate to briefly heavy showers coming in on a southeast flow. And it's going to be this southeast flow that drives our weather story for the next week or more, with slowly but surely warming temperatures from the lower to then the middle and at times upper 80s. It's going to start feeling a lot like the middle or end of April instead of the beginning of March. Now, in Orlando, we're going to have a lot more sunshine, and it will be a lot warmer than it will be on the Atlantic coast. And the reason is that our shelf waters on the Atlantic coast are still in the lower to middle 60s. So any kind of a sea breeze off of the Atlantic is going to cool things down by some 10 degrees at the seashore. And I say it like that, the seashore, like it's some romanticized version of the beach. But really, from Flagler all the way down through Melbourne, if we have a high of 80 in Orlando, it'll be closer to 73, 74 degrees at the beaches. Or at the seashore. I don't know, that sounds more poetic. 10% chance for a shower in Orlando today, a higher chance at the beaches. We're going to top out at 82 in Winter Haven today and about 75 at Daytona Beach. Next 3 days, we'll see temperatures slowly rising to the middle 80s. We're going to see about 86 by Friday, and our rain chances remaining in an isolated capacity. We may have a few showers rolling in with a southeast flow. Here you go, 80 today, 83 tomorrow, up to 86 on Friday, and we're going to be within a degree or two of that straight through the middle of next week. Don't forget, Sunday morning at 2 a.m., we spring forward for the start of daylight saving time. We'll get an hour less sleep, but we'll have a much later sunset. Yeah, Garrett, our typical high is 77, so when we're looking at temperatures around 86, we're almost 10 degrees above normal, which is pretty significant and quite a turnaround compared to how the winter ended with early February being such a deep freeze.
It's good seashore weather.
Oh, it'll be delightful for the seashore. But wild to see the eclipse this morning, and some of the folklore is pretty incredible looking back at it. And it's more common to see a lunar eclipse than it is a solar eclipse. But to think we have to wait 3 more years. So if you missed it, well, I'm sorry, you'll be three years older.
Yep. Oh, wow. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate that perspective. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, we're going to get you out of here before you make me feel any worse. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Garrett.
And as we go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, give you a live look at downtown Orlando on this Tuesday morning. Keep it here. More to come next.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Live look at Capitol Hill right now, where that Homeland Security oversight hearing is in a break right now, where we have heard from Kristi Noem testifying just a little bit ago. Also give you a live look at the White House. We're still awaiting the arrival and the meeting between the German Chancellor and President Trump. We expect to hear some remarks from President Trump when that gets underway, so we are keeping an eye on that. Let me take you right now, though, to Tampa, where the suspects who are charged in the murder of Julio Fulio, the Jacksonville rapper who was killed in Tampa, those suspects back in court today. We know last week they began a hearing about the separating the suspects' trials. We also just heard from attorneys making an argument about the admissibility and whether the initial arrest of one of the suspects, Sean Gathright, should have been allowed. And so let's go ahead and listen back in as this hearing continues in Tampa right now. You can see several of those suspects from this shot here. Again, Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, Davian Murphy. They are three of the suspects who are in court right now. Alicia Andrews was found guilty in her trial back in October. She was found guilty of manslaughter. Let's go ahead and listen in.
That's what he testified to last week. That, Judge, I don't even know that it can be questioned that would not violate the particularity requirement of the Fourth Amendment. This is an evolving body of law, but the cases that have addressed this, several 11th Circuit cases, and then I think the Demons case is probably the most on point state of Florida case. They recognize going in and searching someone's iCloud account is the equivalent of a general warrant. It's just rummaging through basically their life. In this case, it was rummaging through almost 4 years of Mr. Gathwight's life. That's why a lot of this goes back to the McCall case from the 11th Circuit, and Demons relies on that, but there have to be temporal limitations on what is being searched when a warrant is being sought for something like an iCloud account. In reading the warrant and the affidavit that Detective Ramos drafted, it could appear that there is a date range of June 1st, 24 to July 12th, 24, which I believe even that would be substantially overbroad under the current case law. But Detective Ramos stated he was not limiting the search to that date range, and he had no intention to do it. It sounds like it's somehow auto-populated that he did the affidavit. And when he submitted the request, and in the warrant that was actually signed, it basically provided free reign to review the equivalent of everything that was in the iCloud account. All emails, all instant messages, all iCloud data associated with backups, all contacts, all records and information regarding locations, all data stored in location services, all records pertaining to the type of service used, records of games, videos, other remotely accessible data, and the associated IP addresses, all files, keys, basically anything you could think of that could be in an iCloud, he includes in this affidavit and in the warrant that he drafts. Even if that's problematic in itself, even if we have a temporal limitation of a month and a half, but there was no limitation whatsoever. It essentially went back to March of 2021.
Well, didn't he testify that Apple just gave him everything?
They did, and I think in the deposition that's what he thought happened. And even if that's the case, Apple clearly did give him everything, and it's addressed in a couple of other cases I'll get into. But even if that was the case, then he would have a reason to limit it to whatever dates were in the warrant. So even if arguably this could be read in the warrant as a temporal limitation, which he apparently did not read it as, then he has a duty to confine what he searches to that. And I asked him about how, wouldn't it be easy to just click on the last access date and it organizes everything by that date? You can search only things within that date range. But he had no intention of doing that. He looked at the entirety of the life of the account, almost 4 years worth of material, at least 3.5. So even if that was a limitation, and even if Apple ignored it, he made no effort whatsoever to limit what he actually searched. That, Your Honor, I think clearly violates the holdings in Blake, which I think is the probably the main 11th Circuit case that addresses this. In Blake, they addressed two different warrants. There was one to, I think it was Yahoo. There was one that they found was not problematic, although it appears in reading Blake that they were that was even a close call. But then there was a Facebook warrant in Blake that they found far exceeded the particularity requirements of the Fourth Amendment. This one is just like that. It really had no temporal limitations, and it had no categorical limitations. It was what they found to be the equivalent of a general rummaging warrant. I don't know if the state, really can even argue that did not violate the Fourth Amendment, especially the way the warrant was executed. But I think a big issue now that's addressed in the Demons case that I cite is, according to Demons, there can be an attempt to try to, I think, basically parcel out what was unlawful, what went outside the temporal limitations, and focus on what may have been reasonable. They did that in Demons, but they also said that it's not always going to be.
Listening into the attorney making some arguments in front of the judge right now, I do want to go ahead and get you back to this hearing where the Senate Judiciary Committee, this is Mazie Hirono, a Democratic senator from Hawaii. It looks like she's getting the chance to speak right now. So we will go ahead and listen in as we expect more testimony from Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, who is answering some questions today about the Department of Homeland Security, and also all of this coming amid a partial government shutdown that has the Department of Homeland Security shut down because of a lapse in funding. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Last August, DHS attempted to deport 600 children to Guatemala in the middle of the night. When challenged in court, the lawyer representing DHS said a request had been made by either their parent or legal guardian to justify deporting these children. A federal judge found that statement had no support. In other words, no evidence that the parents have been asked. That statement by the lawyer representing DHS was false. That was a lie. Yes or no?
Ma'am, in that situation and in many others, we're working to return children back to their parents so they can be with their families. And specifically in Guatemala, we were stopped by an activist judge from returning those children to some of their family members. And we'll continue to work to reunite them so that we can keep people together.
You lied.
These poor Angel families behind me will never have their children again. And that's one of my motivations every day.
After DHS agents shot Marimar Martinez 5 times. 5 times. Your department was quick to label her a domestic terrorist and claim that she ambushed and rammed federal agents with her car. She was even criminally charged, only for those charges to be completely dropped when body camera footage showed the truth, that during the incident, the DHS agents announced that it's time to get aggressive and then rammed her car. Secretary Noem, DHS was lying when it said Ms. Martinez was a domestic terrorist who ambushed federal agents. Yes or no? That was a lie.
Every day, our law enforcement officers face tragic situations on the ground. They work every day to bring public safety threats to justice.
You know what? You actually had to dismiss the lies that you alleged against Ms. Martinez. So that was a lie. Next. After DHS agents shot and killed ICU nurse Alex Preddy, you were also quick to label him a domestic terrorist. Even before an investigation began, you said he was brandishing a gun, a firearm. You also said he was apparently trying to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. The videos show that Preddy had a phone in his hand while helping a woman who was pepper sprayed. He never touched his gun. After DHS agents pinned Purdy to the ground and your agents removed the gun, they then shot him at least 6 times, killing him. Secretary Noem, when DHS claimed that Mr. Purdy was a domestic terrorist who was brandishing a firearm, that was a lie. Yes or no?
That investigation is still ongoing, being led by the FBI, but
all right, I want to get you live now to the Oval Office where President Trump is meeting with the German Chancellor. You can see a number of other officials inside the Oval right now as well. Let's go ahead and listen in. We expect some remarks from President Trump and may also take some questions. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. We have a meeting with a man who's become a friend of mine, and we've known each other for a little while in some very interesting times, and we get along. Our countries get along very well. We have a great affinity for each other, and the Chancellor has been very well received in Germany. He's a very successful man, became the Chancellor of Germany, which is a big deal. And he's doing a very good job, in my opinion, a great job, very popular. And the relationship that we have in trade and everything else has been very strong. We've been able to do our deals, and it's been very strong. We'll obviously be talking a little bit about Iran today, and he's been helping us out. We've been very nice, actually. And that is coming along, as you see, very well. They have no Navy. It's been knocked out. They have no Air Force. It's been knocked out. They have no air detection. That's been knocked out. Their radar has been knocked out. And just about everything's been knocked out. So we'll see how we do. But we're doing very well. We have a great military, and they're doing a fantastic job. So we'll be talking about that. And we're talking about some very big trade deals. And those I know will work out, too. So I just want to say it's a great honor to have you at the Oval Office. The beautiful Oval Office, beautiful White House. It's a special place, even from your standpoint. And you have some very special places, too. And I look forward to being with you.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, for having me here in this Oval Office for the 3rd time now.
Yeah.
Really happy to have the opportunity to speak with you in these challenging times. We are on the same page in terms of getting this terrible regime in Tehran away, and we will talk about the day after, what will happen then if they are out. We have to talk about our trade agreement, which I would like to be in place as soon as possible. And we have to talk about Ukraine. There are too many bad guys in this world, actually, and this is an issue we have to talk about. Because we all want to see this war coming to an end as soon as possible. But Ukraine has to preserve its territory and their security interests. And, well, we will talk about that.
We will.
Looking forward to that.
Well, thank you for being here.
Thank you
That's some
for your
interesting.
hospitality. Thank you for letting me spending the night in your guest house.
That's
It's
right.
A very, very
good,
comfortable
Hope
place.
you liked it, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, great place. And a famous place.
That's
yeah.
good. Very
So
famous.
many former presidents.
That's
there.
right.
Yeah.
Very famous place. Any questions, please?
Mr. President, did Israel force your hand to launch these strikes against Iran? Did Netanyahu pull the United States into this war?
No, I might have forced their hand. You see, we were having negotiations with these lunatics, and it was my opinion that they were going to attack first. They were going to attack. If we didn't do it, they were going to attack first. I felt strongly about that. And we have great negotiators, great people that do this very successfully and have done it all their lives very successful. And Based on the way the negotiation was going, I think they were going to attack first. And I didn't want that to happen. So if anything, I might have forced Israel's hand. But Israel was ready and we were ready, and we've had a very, very powerful impact because virtually everything they have has been knocked out now. Their missile count is going way down. Amazingly, they're hitting countries that were, let's call them neutral, right? They lived together for a long time. I think they were surprised. I was surprised. And now those countries are all fighting against them and fighting strongly against them. Someday they'll write a story and they'll say why they did that, but they hit countries that had nothing to do with what's going on. They were sort of leaving everything alone. All of a sudden they had missiles shot in, which shows you the level of evil that we're dealing with. They'll hit people that were actually at least somewhat friendly, and they had no problems with it. Also hitting only civilian places, hotels and apartment buildings, and we're hitting them where it is much more appropriate. We're hitting them very hard. And the big scale hitting goes now. They no longer have air protection. They no longer have any detection facilities at all left. And so they're gonna be in for a lot of hurt. These are bad people. These are people that killed. I guess it's 35,000. It's coming out 35,000 over the last 3 weeks. Protesters, 35,000 violently killed. So these are bad people, and the leader of the pack is gone. And as you know, 49 people were taken out in the first hit, and I guess there was another hit today on the new leadership, and it looks like that was pretty substantial also. So they're getting hit very hard, and we'll see what happens. A lot of people are coming forward. A lot of the people you would least suspect want to quit. They want to have immunity. They're asking for immunity, and probably at some point they'll be dropping, as you would say, laying down their guns. We'll see what happens. In the meantime, we're just continuing to go forward. Our military is the #1 in the world by far, and we are. Everything's big in my book. Venezuela was big. This is big. The original hit, Midnight Hammer, was big. Everything you view is big, but it's not considered very big by some standards, by some of our standards. We have a military like no other military that's ever been built.
Yeah, please. Mr. President, what's the worst case scenario that you have planned for in Iran?
Well, I don't know if there's a worst case. We have them very much beaten militarily from the military standpoint. They're still lobbing some missiles. At some point, they won't even be able to do that because we're hitting all of their carriers. We're hitting all of their missile stock. They built up all these missiles over the last few years. They had a lot of them. They've shot a lot of them, and we're knocking out a lot. I guess the worst case would be we do this, and then somebody takes over who's as bad as the previous person, right? That could happen. We don't want that to happen. That would probably be the worst. You go through this, and then in 5 years you realize you put somebody in who was no better. So we'd like to see somebody in there that's going to bring it back for the people. And we'll see what happens with the people. They have their chance. And we've said don't do it yet. If you're going to go out and protest, don't do it yet. It's very dangerous out there. A lot of bombs are being dropped. But I would say that would be about the worst.
Do you have someone in mind right now? Because you said all the people you did have in mind have been taken out. What do you think?
Well, most of the people we had in mind are dead. So, we had some in mind from that group that is dead. And now we have another group. They may be dead also, based on reports. So I guess you have a third wave coming in. Pretty soon we're not going to know anybody. But we have, Venezuela was so incredible because we did the attack and we kept government totally intact. And we have Delcy, who's been very good. We have the whole chain of command, and they've been, look, the relationship's been great. We've taken out 100 million barrels of oil already, and a big part of that goes to them, and a big part goes to us. And it's been great. We paid for the war many times over, and we're going to be running the oil. And Venezuela is going to make more money than they ever made, and that's great for the people. The relationship has been great. It's been seamless. nobody's actually ever seen anything like it. If you look at Iraq, where very stupidly everybody was fired, the generals were fired, the military was fired, the police were fired, the fire departments were fired, and all of the government workers were fired. So after, people would call, they had no idea. And by the way, ISIS was formed. That's where ISIS came from, all of the fired people. We don't believe in that. So we'll see what happens, but first we have to finish off the military.
What do you think? Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, is he an option at all in your mind?
I guess he is. Some people like him, and we haven't been thinking about too much about that. It would seem to me that somebody from within maybe would be more appropriate. I've said that. He looks like a very nice person, but it would seem to me that somebody that's there, that's currently popular, if there's such a person. But we have people like that. We have people that were more moderate. These were radical lunatics, and you know what they get? They get nothing. All they do is kill people.
Mr. President, what exactly was the end of
You've asked, not your turn. Not your turn, please.
Mr. President, you've been to take the heat off the Europeans to prevent the help you. Mark Rutte called on the allies to also help you.
What does that mean?
Well, you have to ask Mark Rutte. He says not as part of NATO, but to be helpful to you in this.
Well, some of the European nations have been helpful, and some haven't. And I'm, very surprised. Germany's been great. He's been terrific. Others have been very good, terrific. I think that the head of NATO, Mark, is fantastic. Okay, Mark Rutte. I think he's fantastic. But some of the European, like Spain, has been terrible. In fact, I told Scott to cut off all dealings with Spain. Spain, first of all, it started when every European nation, at my request, paid 5%, which they should be doing. And everybody was enthusiastic about it, Germany, everybody. And Spain didn't do it. And now Spain actually said that we can't use their bases, and that's all right. We could use their base if we want. We could just fly in and use it. Nobody's going to tell us not to use it, but we don't have to. But they were unfriendly. And so I told him we don't want to. Spain has absolutely nothing that we need other than great people. They have great people, but they don't have great leadership. And as you know, they were the only country that in NATO would not agree to go up to 5%. I don't think they would have agreed to go up to anything. They wanted to keep it at 2%, and they don't pay the 2%. So we're going to cut off all trade with Spain. We don't want anything to do with Spain. And I'm not, by the way, I'm not happy with the UK either. That island that you read about, the lease, okay, he made it, for whatever reason, he made a lease of the island. Somebody came and took it away from him. And it's taken 3-4 days for us to work out where we can land there. It would have been much more convenient landing there as opposed to flying many extra hours. So we are very surprised. This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with.
Mr. President, what's your expectations towards Germany? What can Germany do and what should Germany do to help you in this moment?
Well, I think they're doing it. I mean, they're letting us land in certain areas, and that's, we appreciate it. And they're just making it comfortable. We're not asking them to put boots on the ground or anything. I mean, we're just, they're a respected country. I have a very good relationship with the country. We have, in particular now, with this leader, with this new leader. I think he's an excellent leader. I had my differences with Angela. I said, you're hurting your country with immigration and you're hurting your country with energy. And we have a man sitting on my right that is, I think, pretty much the opposite of her on energy and the opposite on immigration. And I think he's doing very well.
Mr. President, commercial air travel right now is severely restricted in the Middle East, and thousands of Americans are stranded. Why wasn't there an evacuation plan, and will you send planes to get people out?
Well, because it happened all very quickly. We thought, and I thought maybe more so than most, I could ask Marco, but I thought we were going to have a situation where we were going to be attacked. They were getting ready to attack Israel. They were getting ready to attack others. You're seeing that right now. And a lot of those missiles that are hitting in, those are stationary. Those were aimed there for a long period of time at these other countries. So I think I was right about that. We attacked first, and if we didn't, it could have been, you know, look, we're really decimating them. They're being decimated. And if we didn't, and by the way, we have massive amounts of ammunition. We have the high end. A lot of it was given away stupidly by Biden, very stupidly, for free. And I'm all for Ukraine, but they gave away a lot. As you know, when I give away ammunition, everybody pays for it. The European Union's paying for it. Then they can do what they want with it, but they are giving it, let's say, to Ukraine, and it's okay. But we gave away a lot of high end, but we have plenty. But we have unlimited middle and upper ammunition, which is really what we're using in this war. And we have really an unlimited supply. We also have a lot of the very high end stored in different countries throughout the world. We're literally storing it there, which is actually something that I insisted on in my first term. I rebuilt the military in my first term. The military is great. Unbelievable amount of ammunition, or munitions, as they say, we're given away to. You know, the Wall Street Journal incorrectly covered the story when they said that it was given away to the Middle East. Not to the Middle East, it was given away to Ukraine. Very little was given to the Middle East. Middle East would buy a lot, and some of the nations, because they're rich, they have a lot, but it was given away to Ukraine. And it just should have been done. Look, it's a war that should have never happened. If I were president, that war would have never happened. But we have a tremendous amount of munitions, ammunition at the upper level, middle and upper level, all of which is really powerful stuff.
Mr. President, a question to both of you. How worried are you that the rising prices for gas and oil are damaging the American economy and also Mr. Chancellor?
Yeah, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, sure. This is, of course, damaging our economies. This is true for the oil prices, and this is true for the gas prices as well. So that's the reason why we all hope that this war will come to an end as soon as possible, and we are hoping that the Israeli and the American army are doing the right things to bring this to an end and to have really a new government in place who is coming back to peace and freedom.
Yeah. Something had to be done. And it's been 47 years. They've been killing people all over the world for a long time. They were the kings and fathers of the roadside bomb. Soleimani, we killed him last term. If we didn't, I think it might be a different story today. They would have been much stronger and smarter than they are. But they did the roadside bombs. 95% of the people lost their legs, arms, had their face wiped out, just wiped out. I've seen some young people that it's so sad to watch. And that was almost all, 95% comes from Iran and with Soleimani. Soleimani loved his favorite weapon. He loved the roadside bomb. And when you see people walking around with no legs and no arms and a face that's been blown to hell, these people, what they have to go and the way they have to live, this is Iran. When you look at the barracks, the famous barracks, when you look at the hostages, when you look at a lot of hostages, when you look at all of the problems, they were really a purveyor of terror all over the world for many, many years. And it's something that had to be done, something. And I believe that if we didn't, because I see where Congress, you know, if I didn't do this, guys like Schumer, who are losers, the Democrats, they're losers. That's why they're not here. Guys like Schumer would say, well, you should have done this. In other words, if I did it, it's no good. If I didn't do it, they would have said the opposite, that you should have done this. But most people feel, I'll tell you what, I have never had more compliments on something I did. People felt it's something that had to be done. So if we have a little high oil prices for a little while, but as soon as this ends, those prices are going to drop, I believe, lower than even before. Go ahead, please. Yes.
How do you want to solve the conflict on tariffs between the U.S. and
Between who?
The conflict on tariffs between the EU and U.S. How do you want to solve
And U.S. and who?
EU, European Union.
Well, we won on tariffs, actually. Somebody said you actually won the case. We won on tariffs. We had a decision that was wrong. It was a very bad decision from certain standpoints. From other standpoints, a very powerful decision because it reaffirmed all the fact that we have all these various forms of tariffs that we felt right, but it totally reaffirmed it. It said you can use all of these tariffs. So we have all these vast menus of tariffs. And tariffs have made our country very rich. We have to charge tariffs to nations who play with their money. You know, they move their money up and down like a yo-yo. We have to take care of nations that have been good to us and fair to us, and we're going to take care of them. Other nations, they haven't, and we haven't let them take advantage of us. But the whole thing with tariffs is we had a decision that, like, as an example, we have a license situation, and the license is something that allows us to immediately stop all business with, nobody even knew we had this power, but we do now because of the decision. We have the right to stop all business having to do with a certain country. If a certain country is not treating us well, the president, without going to Congress, has the right to stop. Sort of interesting. I have the right to stop, but under that one law, I didn't have the right to charge them. So I have the right to license them, but I don't have the right to charge, which is frankly ridiculous. But the right was given to us by the Supreme Court. And we have the right, as an example, we talked about Spain. I could tomorrow stop, or today, even better, stop everything having to do with Spain. All business having to do with Spain. I have the right to stop it. Embargoes, do anything I want with it. And we may do that with Spain. What do you think?
Well, sir, I think we're going to talk about it with you. I know that you have strong power. The Supreme Court clarified. We know you can use it, and if you need to use it to assure national and economic security, we'll do it.
Scott, do you have an opinion?
Sir, I agree. The Supreme Court reaffirmed your ability to implement an embargo, and as we've talked, from your first term, the Section 301s and the 232s have withheld more than 4,000 lawsuits, and USTR and Commerce are going to begin investigations, and we'll move forward with those.
And we've instituted a 15% tariff on everybody, as you know, and just used. I'll tell you, we had a couple of paragraphs written in that opinion that were really incredible. Justice Kavanaugh wrote a fantastic dissent, but in his dissent, he said what we should do, and we knew that too. We just wanted to simplify it, and for some reason, I think, very, very foolishly, the courts decided no, but they said you can do it many other ways, and that's what we're doing. And what we've done is we've gone to a very simple, straight 15% tariff. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars in our country because of tariffs. So we've taken in all of this money, hundreds of billions of dollars, and honestly, it's made us very rich as a country. Right? So it's been doing good. When will you have the full plan implemented? We have a 5-month period, up to 5 months, where we can go at 15%. And while we're doing that, as you know, we're doing the various studies and things, and we'll be coming out with different tariffs on different countries. Do you want to talk about that, Chris?
Yes, sir. By the time the 5-month period has elapsed, we'll have completed investigations under Section 301, which Secretary Bessent talked about. We know there are countries out there with deals who are very interested in keeping the deals. We need to go through and investigate all these unfair trading practices, the kinds of things you talked about, and make sure that we're protecting U.S. economic security. We know there are countries.
How are we going to treat Germany?
Well,
I think you should hit them very, very hard.
You knew he was right there when you said that, Mr. President. They have expressed an interest. Germany's been quite constructive in wanting to move forward and be helpful. The rest of you will talk to them as well. But obviously,
I will say every single country wants to make the deal they already have. In other words, a deal that we have using the other authority, they want to make the same deal. And we'd like to see, actually, we're going to adjust it somewhat upward, actually, but they all want to stay in the deal, and so we'll probably be able to do that pretty easily.
Ukraine, after all, Iran won't be able to deliver drones to Russia anymore. So what does it more mean to Ukraine? And having Chancellor Merz sitting next to you, whom would you call if you want to talk to Europe? And Chancellor Merz, you've just been in China, the president.
Who are you? What country are you from?
I'm from Germany.
Okay, I thought so. I could see.
So, Mr. Chancellor, you have been in China, and the president.
She likes you.
In China.
I don't know.
Will you be talking about China and what you specifically?
We'll be talking about China, yeah.
Sure. And what about Ukraine?
I'll be going to China in a little while. Every time you meet, you talk about China. We respect China. I do. We both do, I think. But it's always a topic of conversation. We've had a very good relationship with China. We used to lose a tremendous amount of money with China, and that's no longer the case. We have a very, very good relationship with China, and we have a very good relationship with Germany. All right.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've seen countries around the world, many of whom don't usually work together, working with the United States on Iran, whether it's Saudi Arabia working with the United States, Israel, Qatari shooting down Iranian aircraft, and we've also seen European countries step up. Why are we seeing such unity around the world against Iran?
That's a great point. Look, they're just evil. They're it's not the politics; it's their whole philosophy. It's their whole where they come from. It's terrible. Where they killed 35,000, I thought it was 32. Now it turns out it's much more than 35,000 people, and in some cases using machine guns with people that have no weapon. They have no weapon, and they're being machine gunned. They're being sniped from buildings. They're hitting the people with snipers right through the eyes. It's just a very evil ideology, and nobody's really seen anything like it. As I said, even the fact that they've attacked all of their neighbors, and the neighbors weren't attacking. They thought they'd maybe sit it out or what. They've hit Qatar. They've hit UAE, they've hit Saudi Arabia, they've hit Oman. They were helping us negotiate. They got hit. Everybody got hit because they're evil and they're bad. It's a bad seed, and somebody had to do it. And it should have been done sometime during a 47-year period because so much death has been caused by them, so much unbelievable death. From Germany, too. Germany's been hit. Everybody's been hit by them. It's an evil ideology. And I've never been, look, I've done a lot of good things. So many people are saying, thank you, thank you, thank you. You see it in the streets of Los Angeles. They have thousands of people. I saw it the other day, pictures of Donald Trump. And I'm looking, I'm on the phone, probably talking to you. And I'm looking, and I see my picture. I say, oh, no, it's another, protest. I see and then I started saying, boy, they were very friendly people. And then I saw a woman hugging the picture of me. I said, what's going on? And it turned out to be these are Iranian people that live in the United States.
So many.
Thousands and thousands. You saw the rallies. And in New York, too, they had a big rally by pictures all over the place. The fact is that people are happy what we did. And you could never, and I've always said it, you could never have had true peace in the Middle East if Iran was allowed to go, even beyond the nuclear. If Iran was allowed to have look at all the missiles they built. A lot have been now that power. I'm going to maybe try it sometime if it's okay. I think I'm going to do it. I'll fly it somewhere. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. 2 planes loaded from floor to ceiling. Big planes.
I apologize for those technical issues. It does seem like we have our feedback now. Let's go ahead and listen back to President Trump as he continues to meet with the German Chancellor and take questions in the Oval Office.
And that deal expired. A lot of people said, oh, you terminated it. Well, it was going to be terminated anyway because it expired. It gave them the right to have top-of-the-line nuclear weapon. If they had, because they're crazy, just like the people on my right during the State of the Union. I looked at them, I said, you're crazy? These people are crazy. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it. All right, how about 1 or 2 more?
Mr. President.
Go ahead, please.
You just heard that the president is thinking about punishing Spain. What are your thoughts spontaneously on this, and what can you do to?
Well, the answer on that is quite simple. We are trying to convince Spain to catch up with the 3% or 3.5%, which we agreed on in NATO. And as the president said, it's correct. Spain is the only one who is not willing to accept that. And we are trying to convince them that this is a part of our common security, that we all have to comply with these numbers. And this is 3.5 for military and another 1.5 for our military infrastructure. So Spain has to comply with that.
Spain has been very, very uncooperative. And so has UK. Now, the second one is shocking, but this is not the age of Churchill. I will say the UK has been very, very uncooperative with that stupid island that they have, that they gave away and took a 100-year lease, having to do with perhaps indigenous people claiming the island that never even saw the island before. What's that all about? And they ruin relationships. It's a shame. It's and that country, UK, and I love that country. I love it. My mother was born there. I love it. My mother was born there. My father was born. Right? He knows all about my father. My father was born there. So very places that you sort of automatically very feel warmly about. But the UK, what they're doing with energy and what they're doing with immigration is horrible. You have the North Sea. Somebody said yesterday, what would you do if you were the UK? Open up the North Sea. They got windmills all over the place that are ruining the country, ruining the landscapes, ruining the beautiful fields. Open up the North Sea. It's one of the greatest. Think of it. They buy their energy from Norway, which gets the energy, the oil, from the North Sea. So Norway drills in the North Sea and sells it to UK. And UK has a better part of the North Sea. Open up that. And number 2, illegal immigration. They got to solve that problem. And I must say, that's not only UK. That's other parts of the European Union that have the same problem. Immigration and energy. The energy is through the roof, the highest in the world. And the immigration is, look, you have places where in the UK, you have a terrible mayor of London, terrible. He's an incompetent guy. But you have Sharia courts. You don't have Sharia courts. You don't want Sharia courts. You have Sharia courts adjudicating law. So it's very simple. Immigration, very importantly, immigration and energy. And you bring it back. Otherwise, you're not going to bring it back. Okay. One more. Go ahead.
I have a question for the Chancellor.
Yes, please.
To the Chancellor, Chancellor Merz.
Yeah.
You've called for unity and joint force in this moment against Iran. What does that look like to you? And then, Mr. President, where is getting a deal with Russia and Ukraine on your priority list right now?
Okay, where you going?
So we, as I said in Germany the last 2 days, we are supporting the United States and Israel to get rid of this terrible terrorist regime. And we are looking forward to a day after, and we have to talk about the strategy. What is following after this regime is away, and we have to strategize on this entire region, and we are having a high interest in common approach and common work and what we can do, and this is important not just for the Americans. This is extremely important for Europe and extremely important for Israel and their security. So we are really looking forward to find ways how to deal about the day after.
And as far as Russia, Ukraine, where is it on my priority list? Very high. We thought that, I thought it was going to be one of the easier ones. I've settled 8 wars, and actually maybe one more than that. But minimum 8 wars, big ones, potential India, Pakistan, big wars, very important, big ones. I thought this was going to be much easier than it is. There's tremendous hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky, tremendous hatred. I've seen a lot of hatred in my life, but I think this is about top scale. I believe it's going to happen. Sometimes I blame one, sometimes I blame the other. I think it's going to happen, but it's high on my list. Not in that it affects the United States so much, because it's very far away, but last week and for the last 4 weeks actually, 32,000 soldiers died. 32,000. And it's been averaging 25 to 30,000 soldiers a month have been dying in that stupid war. And I'd love to see it ended. It's the worst that there has been since World War II.
If you can't get a deal, what will that mean for you?
All you can do is do your best. You know, it takes 2 to tango, and they have to get along. They have to be able to talk to each other. They hate each other a lot. That has an impact. You know, it really has an impact. It's bad for both. The saddest is that if the election weren't rigged, my election, that war would have never taken place. And you know what else wouldn't have taken place? Allowing 25 million people to pour through an open border, that wouldn't have taken place. A lot of things would have been different. But we're doing very well, and I think a big factor in this world and future factor is what we're doing right now with Iran. If we don't stop them, or if we didn't stop them, or if we didn't start, they've been decimated. But if we didn't do what we're doing right now, you would have had a nuclear war, and they would have taken out many countries, because you know what? They're sick people. They're mentally ill, sick people. They're angry. They're crazy. They're sick. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
President Donald Trump meeting with the German Chancellor, taking questions there and talking a lot about the conflict with Iran. We know that is one of the items that they are going to be talking about, as well as a trade agreement, also talking about the Ukrainian conflict, the war with Russia. So a number of things going to be discussed during this meeting that is just about to get underway now that the media are being escorted from the Oval Office. We saw Vice President J.D. Vance. We saw Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, a number of other officials inside that room. We are going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. In court this morning was a suspect who is accused of shoplifting at an Orange County Walmart and then ended up being shot by deputies after refusing commands to not reach for a weapon. That's according to investigators. We're talking about Jason Anthony Beal, 48 years old, who was shot by a deputy again at the Walmart on the East Colonial just a week and a half or so ago. Made his appearance in court where a judge ruled that a judge denied him bond. Here is what the judge had to say during that hearing just a little bit ago.
Okay, we're here on the state's motion for pretrial detention, which has now been amended. They're proceeding under 5D. We have Mr. Beal present. Good morning, sir. All right, state, it is your motion, so you have the floor.
Yes, Your Honor. Pursuant to Florida Statute 907.0415D, the state is moving for pretrial detention. The state has filed a timely pretrial detention motion, and it's before Your Honor now. The attached exhibits contain the arrest affidavit that led to the arrest of this defendant from the lead officer, Officer Bullock, and then also the loss prevention officer's affidavit, signed and sworn affidavit as well, outlining his observations as well. Ultimately, Your Honor, the defendant is charged with robbery with a weapon.
Hold on. Before proceeding to argument, let's walk through just the evidentiary portion, and then we'll give you both a chance for argument.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, counsel.
Nope.
You mentioned some exhibits that were attached to your motion. Are you seeking to admit those into evidence at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that would be A and B?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you have copies of those for the clerk to have marked?
I have a copy of the LPO statement, Your Honor, and I do not have an extra copy of the affidavit. I can get one.
Okay. I mean, anything you want to be admitted into evidence, I need a hard copy of it for the clerk, so.
Yes, Your Honor.
If it's just the affidavit for the arrest warrant, I could take judicial notice of that, but I do prefer to have a hard copy of things for evidence purposes. You're going to get a copy? Okay, your colleague is assisting you with getting a copy, it sounds like.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so defense, once the state has a hard copy of those exhibits, any objection to those being admitted into evidence? It looks like it's the statement from the loss prevention officer and the affidavit for the arrest warrant.
For limited purposes of this proceeding only, Your Honor, no objection at this time.
Okay. All right, so once we have a hard copy of those, they'll be admitted to states 1 and 2. State, if you have at least one of those exhibits, you can hand them to the clerk. Yes, sir.
So I'll make this one one.
Sure. Yeah, that's fair.
Based on DHS's own data, is that less than 14% of those arrested by ICE.
And then hold on, I've already reviewed the affidavit for the arrest warrant, but I had not seen this other statement, so give me 1 second. Okay. Any additional witnesses or exhibits for the state?
No, Your Honor, apart from the score sheet, which I can approach with.
Yes, please. Defense, have you seen a copy of the score sheet?
Yes, Your Honor.
And it doesn't sound like any additional witnesses or exhibits for the state, so any witnesses or exhibits for defense?
Nothing for the defense, Your Honor.
All right. Then argument state.
Yes, Your Honor. This defendant's charged with a first-degree felony, robbery with a weapon. And additionally, based on the evidence presented through the affidavits, the sworn affidavit from the lead officer and the loss prevention officer, this court should find a substantial probability that the defendant committed the offense. Additionally, based on the defendant's criminal history, which is before Your Honor, which includes several first-degree felonies, one including arson in the first degree, Your Honor should find that based on that past and this present pattern of behavior and other criteria in 903.046 that Your Honor is more than able to consider, that no conditions of release or bail will reasonably protect the community from the risk of physical harm or ensure the presence of the defendant at trial or to ensure the integrity of the judicial process.
Thank you, counsel. Counsel for the state, or sorry, defense.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, defense would argue that the state has not met their burden by a substantial probability that my client robbery with a weapon. Your Honor, specifically what we have here is a shoplifting situation where ultimately my client was shot. Regarding the information before us, Your Honor, nothing indicated that my client ever threatened anyone with any words or with any weapons. I understand there's discussions of him claiming martial law, but again, there was never any direct threats. He never retrieved any weapons. He never pointed any weapons at anyone. This actually escalated because the loss prevention officer had a misbelief that he may have been armed with a firearm. However, evidence shows that that was not the case. And that misbelief ultimately led the police to handle this case differently, which led to my client being shot in this situation, Your Honor. We would argue, Your Honor, again, that the state has not proven by a substantial probability that he committed the offense of robbery. There's nothing to indicate that he used force, violence, or assault, or putting in fear in the course of the taking in this situation, Your Honor. And for that reason, we would argue that this is a shoplifting. Additionally, Your Honor, we would argue he is not a danger to the community or a flight risk. I understand that there are allegations that he had these knives on him, but again, he never explicitly showed them. It was something the loss prevention officer saw on his own. He never threatened anyone with them. He never removed them. We would argue again, Your Honor, that they have not proven that he's a danger to the community. I understand that he does have some criminal history. The majority of his history is from the 90s. I know he does have something in 2016 as well. We would just ask that you take all that into consideration, that the state has not met their burden by a substantial probability that he committed this offense, nor have they met their burden that he is a danger to the community, and we'd ask that a reasonable bond be put in place at this time.
Thank you, counsel. All right. Having reviewed the state's exhibits, which include the affidavit for the arrest warrant and the sworn statement from the loss prevention officer, here the state has sought pretrial detention under Florida Statute 907.041, subsection 5D. That statute requires the court to make two independent findings. So first, I understand defense counsel's argument that this was simply a shoplifting. However, given my review of the facts,
Bond denied for that suspect. I do want to go ahead and get you now to the Senate Judiciary Committee, where Florida's Ashley Moody getting the chance right now to ask some questions of Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
Abolished Border Patrol, basically. I mean, just in your understanding, I know you have previously served as a congresswoman, as a governor, but just in your understanding, have you ever seen anything like the dereliction of duty by a president as it relates to immigration and the safety of a nation?
No, it was alarming, and under that invasion, every state was a border state. Even though I was from South Dakota and the governor there, we were the first state to deploy National Guard down to help support Texas in their efforts to keep our country safe, because we saw millions of people coming into this country unvetted. We saw other countries sending their criminals and emptying out their prisons and their mental health institutes and sending people to our country to make them our problem and to deal with and to try to protect our American citizens from any crimes that they would commit. So that's why I took this job, and why I'm blessed and honored that President Trump has asked me to do this job, is because I get the chance every single day to try to stop the damage that invasion has corrected and to try to make sure that America is safe here on our homeland.
Your predecessor sat right there in front of this committee. I sure wish I would have been on this committee at the time. At the time, I was the Florida Attorney General, dealing with the effects and consequences, the jeopardy to the safety of Floridians as a result of President Biden and his policies. But your predecessor, Mayorkas, sat right there and said under oath that the border was secure and that they were following the laws. And in fact, when I knew, with my team, my great team in Florida, not only within the Attorney General's office, but with the sheriffs across the state, local law enforcement, they saw what was happening. They saw the trafficking of children. They saw the peddling of poison in our communities. They saw what was happening as a result of an unencumbered border, a non-existent border, and the effects it was having in our state. I saw that firsthand. In fact, President Biden came in, and in his policies, and I think it's really important that we put this in perspective, because we have some families here today with us that have lost loved ones. And I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for reminding us of the duty that we owe the American people to protect them through our policies, and not just adopting good policies like here in the Congress, but making sure they are faithfully executed and enforced by the executive branch, which is what the Constitution requires of our president. And so I appreciate you being here and reminding us all of the solemn responsibility and duties that we owe you. And we owe every American out there that's trusted us with these roles. President Biden came in and upended precedent of Democratic and Republican presidents. And that precedent was to deport those here illegally that had committed felony crimes, from trafficking to violent crimes to other types of crimes where they would have been deported. They stopped doing that. They reversed that policy. We also saw policies at the border that required more and more people to be pushed in. I would say, and I said many times, they are requiring a certain number of people every day to be pushed in, quotas, and they were demanding that they process faster, 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 faster until vetting was practically non-existent. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember that anywhere between 11 million and the 20 million people that came in, we were talking about the fact that encountered people were on the terrorist watch list, had been murderers, had been rapists, had been drug traffickers. We had encountered those people that were trying to come in. But can you acknowledge, and do you remember, that there were many gotaways, millions, that we have no idea their background? We have no idea why they didn't walk up and go to the welcoming committee, which was what President Biden rolled out. We don't know their backgrounds, and we don't know where they are today. Is that correct?
Yes, and because the Biden administration pulled Border Patrol agents off the border and used them to process people and to feed people and to move paperwork, great chunks of our border had no surveillance at all. There was no security on other chunks of our border, and the cartel used that as a mechanism to divert attention. They would push thousands of people across the border in locations so that the other part of the border miles down could be exposed and they could move their human trafficking and their drugs across the border unimpeded. The Biden administration facilitated that and gave the cartels exactly what they needed to enrich themselves, to commit their crimes, to build themselves up and perpetuate more violence. And that's why we're dealing with cartels now that are foreign terrorist organizations that are everywhere in this country. Years ago, you wouldn't even heard of foreign gangs like MS-13 or TDA. In fact, TDA didn't have a presence.
Taking over apartment complexes.
Yes, absolutely.
But we sure saw that during the Biden administration.
Yeah,
and in addition to breaking down any sense of border, pushing more and more in, more and more, to where the Border Patrol said they were telling us they were asking us for our advice how not to stop it, but how they could process faster. They also built programs to make it easier during that surge, overwhelming surge, using apps to make it easier to come over here. And many of those folks were not vetted. In fact, we found them committing crimes in our nation after they came over on the app. Is that correct?
That is
An app
correct.
I alleged was illegal and couldn't be done. But yet they pushed forward, even though we were experiencing a historic surge and influx at our border. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
In fact, some Democratic states even had to declare an emergency based on Biden's policies and what was going on, right?
That is correct.
And they declared an emergency and they demanded more money from the administration because they couldn't keep pace with the emergency that the Democratic President Biden and his radical handlers created.
Correct.
And at the same time as Florida Attorney General, I got calls from around my state that drug traffickers that were prosecuted here that were not American citizens, but they were incarcerated in federal prisons. So I want to underscore this. The only reason they're in America is because they were drug traffickers. They were not American citizens. We brought them here. We prosecuted them here. And they were serving an incarcerative portion of their sentence. And after that, instead of deporting them back to their country after they did that, they were pushing them back into the communities where they were prosecuted, even though they weren't citizens. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did you know that during that time period, when I pressed for information on who they were and where they were going and where they were being pushed, do you know that they stymied our efforts and would not give us that information? Would you say that what you are faced with as a secretary is unlike any successor has had to deal with in terms of cleaning up a dangerous threatening situation created by their predecessor.
Yes, absolutely. And it's not just the illegal immigration situation. It's the crime. It's the amount of individuals in this country that wish to do us harm that they let in, the amount of known and suspected terrorists that we know are here that we need to find and remove before they perpetuate harm on this country, to the neglect at FEMA, the politicization of FEMA, how they only did disaster response to individuals who aligned with the Democratic Party and their ideals and ignored other families who were suffering and had lost everything. What we saw as far as not investing in Secret Service and TSA and intelligence and analysis. And then CISA was manipulated and censoring people's First Amendment rights. It was deciding what was misinformation and disinformation and trying to manipulate election outcomes, and that has been fixed. So under the 23 agencies.
How important is it? In Florida, I was so proud of my state. When we had an administration that came in and said, we're going to put the American interest safety first again. And it was so clear who supports that at the State of the Union.
Yep.
Every one of the counties, 67 counties in my state signed up and said, we will help you. We will enter in agreements with you. We will help you track these people down that should not be here, that have committed crimes. We will work with you. I, as a senator, said, let's get you money to help reimburse them for those efforts. Does that make a difference? And did you see a difference in the way you engaged with states and the stability and safety of all involved when you didn't have people working with you hand in hand?
Oh, absolutely. And we're thrilled. We have over 1,400 law enforcement agreements through the 287G program at the state and local level that have partnered with us to do operations to address public safety threats and to get them out of communities. And those individuals that are local law enforcement are critical partners in the success and safety of the American people.
And I would just ask for you to keep engaging with those sheriffs of the local communities, asking how they think best to safely do these operations. I think
just spent yesterday with all of our sheriffs, with all 4 associations and hundreds of sheriffs, thanking them for the work they do.
Thank you for being here.
Senator Schiff. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to the families who are here who have lost loved ones, both who lost loved ones to violence perpetrated by immigrants, but also to those who have been seriously injured by ICE agents, and to those watching who have had family members killed by ICE agents. Madam Secretary, I want to ask you about one of the first claims you made in the immediate aftermath of the shooting of Renee Good and Alex Preddy. You accused them both, I think, within hours of engaging in domestic terrorism. You've testified earlier that you did so based on preliminary field reports. Who told you that these 2 victims were engaged in domestic terrorism? Where did you get that information from?
I've said before, and will repeat again for you, Senator, that those reports were coming from on-the-ground agents that were there. It was a chaotic scene.
So you spoke to agents on the ground who told you they were domestic terrorism?
Yes.
Domestic terrorists?
My team was working with me, talking to those agents on the ground to relay as much information as possible that we could to the American people.
Your team told you that people in Minneapolis said they were domestic terrorists. Did they tell you whether they had any basis for that claim within either minutes or hours of the shooting of Alex Preddy and Renee Good?
Sir, if you look back at the day of January 24th, there was a press conference earlier in the day, and then I held one hours later.
So I'm asking
and we
you,
were also
I'm
talking,
asking you, did you determine whether there was any basis for the sensational claim, a claim that proved to be utterly false, that these 2 victims were engaged in domestic terrorism?
There is an investigation ongoing. The FBI is leading that. There's also internal investigations that are ongoing.
I'm asking you
we'll continue to bring the facts forward.
Excuse me, Madam Secretary. I'm asking about your statements in the immediate aftermath of these shootings. Your statements based on completely unvetted information that if it was even provided to you proved to be utterly false, that you were content to tell the whole country. Do you have any concern about misleading the whole country? Don't you think in the immediate aftermath of a shooting that you should provide only vetted information to the public? How do you imagine you're going to gain the trust of the American people if you're pushing out false information about the shooting of American citizens?
I work every day to get factual information to the American
well, you
people.
didn't on that day. You didn't on the day that Alex Preddy was shot, and you certainly didn't on the day Renee Good was shot. You weren't getting out good information. You were making a spurious claim that has caused endless injury to the victims' families on the basis of God knows what. And then your agency doesn't allow local investigators. They essentially push away independent investigators. How is the public to have any confidence in investigations done of excessive use by ICE agents if, number one, you make immediate and false statements about the victims, and number two, you don't let any independent agency conduct an investigation? How is the public supposed to believe anything your agency says or finds?
These investigations are being done in the same way that they always are.
No, they're
and
not being
the
done.
FBI is
They're
leading.
not being
There
done
are
the way they
internal
always were,
investigations
because you're
as
not
well.
allowing-
In these situations,
you're not
ICE has an
allowing-
internal investigation.
Excuse me.
Well, would you like to hear about the investigations that are ongoing?
You're not allowing state and local investigators to
That is
participate.
not my decision.
And furthermore,
The Department of Justice and the FBI decides how
they're not
investigations
being
go.
conducted in the way investigations are always done. Are you telling me that in the case of Miramar Martinez, that having an agent involved in shooting her, drive a vehicle that was used to ram into her vehicle, drive that vehicle, that evidence, away from the scene and 1,000 miles to Maine, you're telling me that's the way investigations are always done? That you let an agent involved in an officer-involved shooting drive a key piece of evidence 1,000 miles away? Is that how you conduct investigations at DHS?
I'm not conducting these investigations into these. The Department of Justice with the
But will you
FBI is
take-
conducting
will you
those
take some
investigations, and
responsibility
CBP.
for
and
how investigations are conducted
we
when
follow
when agents under your control are engaged in the
the
use of
investigations.
force?
The investigations into our officers have not
I know
changed
there's a
under
great
my
desire
leadership or the president's
to point the
leadership than
finger.
what they
Oh,
were under the previous
that's being
administration.
done by Pam Bondi's Justice Department. I'm not responsible for
No,
that
our internal
malpractice,
investigations
or
are following the same
that's
policies
the orders
that they
of
always
Stephen
have.
Miller, so I'm not responsible for that either. But you are responsible. You are responsible. You could insist on independent investigations, but you're not. You could wait until there's good information after a shooting before you go to the press and the public and mislead them. Let me ask you about a different subject, and that is the waste of resources at your agency, the continued allegations of favoritism and contracting, and let me in particular focus on the $220 million ad campaign, many of which feature you very prominently. An ad campaign that is more expensive than the whole budget for One Fight After Another or any Hollywood blockbuster film. So let me ask you, you said that the president approved this vast expenditure on a media campaign that largely profiles you. How do you know that? Did he approve it to you personally?
This media campaign was critical in telling the world
No,
and
I'm
this
asking about the
country
president's
that
approval.
we are enforcing the laws in the United States of
you
America.
testified
That if you're in
earlier
your
in answer
country
to-
illegally,
You testified
then you
earlier in
should
answer to
leave
Senator Kennedy's question.
now,
The president
or if you want the chance to come back to the United
So my
States
question is,
someday in
how
the
do you
future.
know-
If you don't, you will be
How do you
detained
know-
and will
excuse
be
me,
removed and never get the
Madam
chance to come
Secretary?
back.
How
It's
do
been
you know
extremely.
More back and forths between Democratic Senator Adam Schiff of California and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, testifying on Capitol Hill right now in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee. Before Senator Schiff, we heard from Florida's Republican Senator Ashley Moody, getting the chance to ask some questions and also applauding the work of Secretary Noem. Right now, we're going to get ready for a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. I want to let you know we are standing by to hear from the governor in Panama City. That news conference is scheduled for 1 o'clock Eastern time, and we will bring that to you once it does begin. This is the live look inside the Bay County Government Center right now, where Governor DeSantis is going to be joined by the Florida Secretary of Commerce, Alex Kelly, for this news conference. So keep it right here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good afternoon to you and welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. It is 1 o'clock. I want to let you know several things that we are monitoring at this hour. First, let me give you a live look right now in the Bay County Government Center in Panama City, where we are waiting to hear from Governor Ron DeSantis any minute now. He is scheduled to hold a news conference with the Florida Secretary of Commerce, Alex Kelly. You can see that placard on the podium that was just put up that says Results Job Growth Grant Fund. So that gives us an indication of what the governor is going to be talking about. A number of folks in the room there in the government center in Bay County, the American and Florida flags, and we expect the governor to begin speaking here shortly. We are also keeping an eye on this. This is in Capitol Hill, where we expect to hear from Senate leaders from the Democrats and Republicans in the next little bit, talking amid briefings this week for the Iranian strikes, an expected war powers vote as well that could happen this week, about the military action in Iran, about the also the Department of Homeland Security funding lapse that has led to a shutdown of that department. Meanwhile, as all of that's happening, this is the Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, who is testifying right now on Capitol Hill. She is appearing today in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee that one of Florida's senators, Ashley Moody, sits on. We heard from her just a few minutes ago. This is Josh Hawley getting the chance to question Secretary Noem. He's a Republican from Missouri who is asking questions and speaking with the Homeland Security Secretary in what has been an at times contentious hearing, as these things often do get, especially when the Democratic members of the Senate here, of this committee, getting the chance to ask some questions. We've seen some heated, or at least tense, back and forths between Secretary Noem and members of this committee. Also want to let you know that we are watching and listening in on some of the debate going on the floor of the Florida House right now. It looks like there may be some sort of recognition going on right now, but we are monitoring a number of bills that are on the floor, including one that we expect to come up here any minute now. That is HB 1471, a bill that would essentially create a process that would to designate certain groups as domestic terrorist organizations. Their proponents say that this is a bill that would be about public safety, but critics worry that it is unconstitutional and could be a violation of free speech, a number of other things, and a way to target groups that maybe state leaders that disagree with. So that's one of the bills that we are watching, and we expect that to come up for discussion here on the floor of the Senate, or excuse me, the floor of the Florida House here shortly. We are also in Hillsborough County in a break right now, where the suspects in the Julio Fulio murder have been in court today. So we will keep an eye on that. But right now, I want to get you to Bay County, where Governor Ron DeSantis just walked to the podium for a news conference there in Panama City. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Sheriff Tommy Ford. I know we have Chuck Perdue, tax collector here. We have members of the Bay County Commission, Gulf County Commission, Northwest Florida Beaches International Airport, Gulf Coast State College President Glenn McDonald, as well as people from the city of Port St. Joe. Now, normally, if I bring together people like that, it means I'm handing out goodies. I usually don't come without doing it. We actually had some goodies. We made a stop on the way here at Dandy Donuts, and because we profile. I used to profile these folks, local establishments. I just put it on like social media, and I just put the address, and people, they generated interest. And so what we do now is we do little like 2-minute videos, and we call it Diners, Drive-Ins, and DeSantis. And so we've been able to go to different parts around Florida, and all these places are very, very good, but all basically, family restaurants or establishments. And so we were able to do Dandy. It was really good. I thought back, my first time going there was probably my first year as governor, so, however many years ago. And so I bring back these donuts. Our kids were we only had 2 at the time. We didn't have the third yet. Very young at the time, probably 3 and 1.5, maybe 3 and 2, something like that. And so you bring back these. These are pretty impressive donuts. And my kids, they would just eat the frosting only. They didn't actually. I try to tell them, guys, you got to eat the donut. Well, now they eat the donut, so I'm bringing some back. So we'll see how that goes. I think all the sugar, though, the First Lady's not going to be too happy tonight with how they behave, but we'll see what happens. And, it's always better to, beg for forgiveness and ask for permission sometimes. And so we'll see how that goes tonight when we go home. I also want to thank, I know we've got folks that are in Tallahassee now, Senator Trumbull, also Representative Griffiths, who's actually doing very important piece of legislation to prevent in the state of Florida what we've seen happening in these others. They come in, and these big tech companies are building these massive data centers that take up as much power as a city of 500,000 people. Well, guess what? Supply and demand. Do you think your electricity rates go up when that happens? Yes, it does. So this would block that, basically. No ratepayer should have to pay 1 red cent because of big tech. And we'll be one of the first states to do it. And, you may not be dealing with that right now, but I tell you, they're coming for a lot of these communities. And I think that's going to be the protection that's going to be what people need. So he's led the charge on that. I know they're also doing it in the Senate, but I think it's really, really important. Over the last 5 or 6 years, groceries, all this stuff going, do we really want to say that you're going to share with this massive data center and somehow that supply and demand, right? Unless you increase supply tremendously, the demand increase is going to cause price to go up, and we don't want to do that. I think they should pay their own way, and I think they should produce their own power. It shouldn't have to fall on the wallets of the people who are just going about living their lives, particularly here in Northwest Florida. So I think that's something that has gotten a lot of momentum and a lot of steam, and I'm obviously very supportive of offering that protection to our Florida ratepayers. We also are celebrating Florida's 180th birthday today. As a state, we've been around since the 1840s. I think most people know the history pre-statehood. You go back to the time of James Monroe when he was Secretary of State, and Andrew Jackson and all this stuff, but became a state in the 1840s. And I always like to point this out. If you go from that statehood all the way till the present, and you added up all the debt that the state of Florida has incurred as a state, just since I've been governor, we've retired over half of it in my tenure. And so that's something that we're happy about. And so we're showing that it can be done. We have paid down that debt, which is great. We've also maintained a very lean government. We have the lowest number of state government employees per capita in the entire United States of America. And so that's what you should be doing, right? Doing it with a small footprint. And yet we're doing a lot of big things. We're out leading the country on enforcing laws alongside the feds against illegal immigration. You look at what we're doing on things like transportation and infrastructure, accelerating massive numbers of projects. Some of these projects weren't even supposed to start until next decade. We've been able to get those accelerated. We're going to end up delivering a bunch of projects 5 or 10, even 15 years ahead of schedule. That required investments. You look at what we've done on environmental restoration. We've done stuff in the Panhandle. We've done Springs. We've done Everglades in South Florida. One thing after another, these have been really, really big investments. You look at what we've done on education. We did $1.38 billion just for teacher salaries, which was the most we've ever done in the history of the state. We did that in current year. We're trying to do more coming up for next year's budget. So on and on, we're able to do things, but while reducing debt, while reducing taxes. I mean, we're at the point now, we have no state income tax. We've excluded sales tax from disaster items, groceries, medicine, baby items, back to school. I mean, you name it, we've done it on that. We eliminated the commercial rent tax. We were the only state that had that tax. Wasn't good for the economy. We eliminated that entirely. And so all these different things is great. Still running surpluses. We've more than tripled the state's rainy day fund from the time that I was governor, and all this stuff is great. We had an economy a little over $1 trillion when I got in. Now our economy is $1.85 trillion, so it's up over 70% in the last 7 years. These are all great things. Now, one thing we want to help people with, and it's not something that we do at the state level in terms of the revenue, is the property tax. And we have a great opportunity to be able to do something historic then. We're going to be working on that throughout the balance of the year, and it can be on the ballot in November of 2026 is the earliest that people are going to be able to vote on it. And it's something because of the way these taxing authorities are under the Constitution. It's not something you can just do by legislation by and large. So that's why you have to go to the ballot. So we're going to be doing that to be able to give people relief. So there's a lot of irons in the fire there. But from a state perspective, we've done things right. Now, one of the things that we've done is support infrastructure development, support workforce programs, particularly for some of our more rural areas throughout the state. And we've done that for a number of different ways. We have our Job Growth Grant Fund, which we're going to talk about today, where we're able people can apply, they go through the Department of Commerce, and then we pick what projects would be the most valuable. A lot of times a county is putting up money or a city's putting up money to match, and then we kind of go in holding hands together and try to create something special. If it's an infrastructure project, same thing with workforce training. We also have the Rural Infrastructure Fund where we've supported infrastructure for rural communities, and we've done that very, very strongly. We've done other things with workforce, even apart from Job Growth Grant Fund. When I became governor in 2019, we said, okay, by 2030, we want to be #1 in workforce education in the country because, it's like these colleges, like we have good colleges in this country. We have a lot of poor colleges that aren't worth the money they're charging. Now in Florida, as a state resident, we haven't allowed them to raise tuition since I've been governor. So we have the lowest in-state tuition in the country, $6,300 on average for a Florida resident. I mean, you can't beat that anywhere else. But, these private colleges, a lot of them charge a lot. A lot of them aren't necessarily delivering a lot of value. Like MIT, fine, they will. But there's colleges nobody's even heard of that charge $70,000 a year. It's like, that piece of paper is not magic. You're either learning things that are going to make a difference or you're just getting a piece of paper. And some of these students go deep into debt and they end up in jobs they could have had out of high school. So what good is that to go into debt for that? So we've said, we're going to continue with our universities. They've gotten even better. It's a great opportunity. And it's a great pathway for a lot of people. We want to encourage people to do that. But workforce training, vocational training, huge opportunities for young people especially. And so we wanted to put an emphasis on that. And the result was we didn't do it in 2030. We did it in 2025 to be #1 in workforce education. And so that's 5 years ahead of schedule that we were able to get that done, and that's making a huge difference in the lives of so many different people. So we're able to do a lot with this, and that kind of brings us here today because the commitment is ongoing. We know that these projects can make a big difference for the local economies, and we want to keep the momentum moving forward. So I'm happy to announce today that we're going to be parceling out more than $13 million through Florida's Job Growth Grant Fund. We are awarding $5 million to the Panama City Bay County Airport and Industrial District to construct an aircraft engine repair station and an engine testing facility at Northwest Florida Beaches International Airport. It's a really good airport. I mean, I really like it, and I know there's a lot more routes going into that airport than there was, however many years ago, and I think there's going to continue to be more, probably from most of the major cities, Midwest and the Northeast. You probably can get direct, or I know a lot of them you could get direct now. When they open up that golf thing north of the airport, people are going to come for that. You guys just be prepared. It's pretty incredible land. Those guys know what they're doing, and that's going to be a huge draw for people. And you're going to see like an assembly line of people flying down into that airport, driving 30 minutes up, be there for a couple, 2-3 days, and then fly back and
Well, it looks like we lost our feed there of Governor DeSantis. We are working to get you another feed here of the governor. Let me see if I can pull it up from his social media page and how quickly we can get that for you as we are working to fix that. The governor announcing about, let's see, $13 million in infrastructure funds. So let me get you back to Bay County and the government center there, where Governor DeSantis is speaking and awarding some of that grant funding right now in Panama City.
County commission to support the construction of a self-docking float dry dock at shipyard through a set of mooring dolphins. So Eastern Shipbuilding has 125 jobs at the shipyard that will be retained as a part of this improvement, and the project is projected to create an additional 337 jobs. Additionally, we're awarding more than $2 million to the City of Port St. Joe to fund a 2-phase road project that will allow the construction of 177 workforce homes. The project includes resurfacing an already existing road, along with constructing a new 1,300 linear foot connector road and the hardening of utilities underground to protect against potential hurricane winds. This project is projected to bring in 190 jobs to the communities. So these investments are targeting key industries like aviation and aerospace, as well as maritime, and we're making sure that we're able to fund critical infrastructure expansion that's going to continue to not only support the economy, but also the workforce. So today's awards bring the total amount awarded through our Job Growth Grant Fund since 2019 to more than $318 million. The program has facilitated the creation of 42,000 jobs and more than 32,000 new workforce education opportunities. And so this is exciting. All of these things have been very well thought out. They've been great proposals, and we're happy to have supported these through the years. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the check presentations, and then we'll hear from some of our other speakers. So first we'll bring up Panama City Airport.
While the governor is doing the check presentations there, we're going to step aside, take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back with more after this. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, and I want to get you back to Panama City, where you are hearing from Florida Commerce Secretary Alex Kelly speaking at this event where Governor DeSantis just announced and handed out $13 million in checks for some infrastructure awards and things from the Job Growth Grant Fund. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Panama City and Bay County home, thinking about the investment at the port in Port St. Joe. You know, it's about dry dock repair. It's about supporting those shipbuilders and supporting the maintenance required to support the maritime industry. So it's really strategic investments. And then the third investment is really about getting the workforce to those great job sites. And so all of these are very strategic to really make sure that as we bring in great industry, bring in great jobs, support our citizens, we also have those key underpinnings that make sure that that we can really keep those industries here for a long, long time. So again, Governor, thank you so much for your leadership in this regard, and really thanks so many of you for your partnership in developing these great grants. And again, just thank you for everybody being here today. Thank you.
All right, Mark Sheldon.
I want to echo the words. Thank you, Governor DeSantis, for your leadership and for always looking out for our community. You mentioned earlier it's Christmas in March, and we love Christmas in March. Throughout your years of service, you've proven how government can be an instrument and truly improve the lives of a community. I want to thank the team at IAG. I'm really excited for those folks. Florida's Great Northwest, Bay County EDA, Triumph Gulf Coast, and everyone who works at the Airport Authority for this hard work and dedication to bringing this project to our community, and for a win-win for IAG and the community as a whole. Today's grant solidifies that Panama City Beach and our airport are an economic engine for the region. We are just getting started to show you all of our true potential. This project brings $107 million into our community, over 500 high-paying engineering jobs, which is just a huge benefit to our region, as we all know. And again, with Governor DeSantis' leadership, the state of Florida and Bay County as a whole have become the economic development hub. We look forward to the continued relationship and the continued support, and we look forward to a great day in Florida. Thank you all.
Okay, Chairman of the Gulf County Commission, Sandy Quinn.
Thank you, Governor. On behalf of Gulf County, I want to sincerely thank Governor DeSantis for awarding these job growth grant funds to our community today. The investment is a game changer for our rural county. It represents opportunity for our workforce, for our young people, and for the families who want to build their future right here at home. These funds also will help support the creation of approximately 450 high-paying jobs, trade-based jobs for the county of our size, and the kind of job growth is transformational for Gulf County. We are especially excited about this because it helps move forward the floating dry dock project for Gulf County. There's a clear demand for these services in our region. Shipyards in Tampa and Mobile currently have backings of approximately 10 months. So the Port St. Joe shipyard will help fill that gap, supporting vessels, repair needs, strengthening Florida's maritime industry, and aligning with the growth projected in the Florida Commerce 2025 Target Industry Report. I also want to personally thank Secretary Kelly and the Florida Commerce team for their guidance and partnership throughout this grant process. Their support has been invaluable to our staff. And finally, a sincere thank you to the Eastern Shipbuilding Group who came to Port St. Joe. Brendan DeCernio, who is with us today, for choosing Gulf County and for partnering with us on the floating dry dock project. Your investment and confidence in our community and our team is sincerely appreciated. Today is about more than funding. It's about momentum. It's about building careers, strengthening our economy, and creating lasting opportunity in Gulf County. Thank you, Governor, once again. All right.
Well, I think these are really, really good projects. I think it's going to continue to make a difference, and we're proud of what we've been able to do, particularly in Northwest Florida. We've done well. No governor's done more than me for Northwest. I mean, that's not even a question. I mean, but we had to, navigate the aftermath right when I came office of Hurricane Michael. and obviously we had COVID. Northwest Florida did very well during COVID because it was rational, and people were attracted to the rationality, and a lot of people lived here, vacationed here like never before, and we were happy to help facilitate that as well. But from an economic base, we've been able to see the economic base expand. When you start talking about some of the industrial projects that have been undertaken, some that will continue to be, throughout this region, it's really promising, and it's really, really exciting, and it's a great place, obviously, from the scenery and everything, and great community. So I'm just happy to have been a part of it, and we'll continue to do. We obviously are going to be doing more awards over the course of the year, and I'm sure we'll find our way back to Northwest Florida for at least some of those. Okay, do we have any questions? Okay, God bless everybody. Great to be back in Bay County. You guys take care.
Governor DeSantis wrapping up his news conference, just about 20 minutes. That's a short news conference from Governor DeSantis. No questions in the audience either there from the reporters who attended at the Bay County Government Center, where he announced $13 million in infrastructure awards from the Job Growth Grant Fund. Also talked about taxes, other things that have to do with Florida's economy, including the push to get rid of property taxes and kind of where things stand with that as well. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We still have a lot to get to this afternoon, so we hope you keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We are coming up on 1:30, and that is when the suspect accused of shooting a Volusia County deputy last night in Deltona is due to appear in court. So we are standing by for that and hoping to bring that first appearance to you live when it does begin. Right now, though, I want to get you back to Capitol Hill, where this oversight hearing of the Department of Homeland Security is continuing right now. That is Ted Cruz, a Republican senator from Texas, asking questions of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem right now. So let's go ahead and listen in on this for a little bit while we are waiting on that Volusia suspect to appear in court. And I do want to let you know again, when that begins, we will go ahead and take that live. In fact, it looks like this is beginning, so let's go ahead and listen in.
Yes.
Sir, you were here on 2 counts of attempted murder of a law enforcement officer with a firearm. I appoint the public defender. I find probable cause on the charges, and your bond will be set at none.
Judge, may defense counsel be heard as to bond?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Judge, if a capital offense or some charge punishable arrives and the proof of guilt evidence or presumption grade is great, an individual is not entitled to bond. However, the court can exercise its discretion and grant bond in such cases. And we ask the court to grant its discretion, exercise it, and to grant bond in this case. We know the defendant has no criminal history at all. We'd ask the court to set a blanket bond of $500,000 with GPS monitoring, no contact, no firearms, and no weapon.
Okay, state your response.
Judge, as counsel has noted, these are first-degree felonies punishable by life. Proof is evident, presumption is great. The state is requesting that the court leave the bond set at none for the safety and protection of the public.
And is the state seeking pretrial detention?
We are, Your Honor, and a pretrial detention motion will be filed prior to the close of work today.
Okay, bonds will be set at none, and he can have a hearing in front of the trial judge as appropriate.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
A very brief hearing there. First appearance for Luis Jose Diaz Polanco, still speaking with his public defender there, representing him in that first appearance. And as you heard, no bond for that suspect accused of shooting that deputy in Volusia County yesterday evening. Just a reminder, at 3 o'clock, or around 3 o'clock, we do expect to hear from Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood, giving us an update on how that deputy is doing, and also releasing the body camera video is what we expect from that. So that's coming up around 3 o'clock, and we will bring that to you live right here on Fox Local and on YouTube, so you can stay tuned for that. We will have more coverage coming up in a little bit on this case. We're going to check in with Fox 35's Marie Ettinger, who has been looking into the history of this suspect and was also inside the courtroom for that first appearance. So more on that coming up in a little bit. Right now, though, I do want to go ahead and now I'll get you to Capitol Hill, where we're hearing more testimony from Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, coming up live right now, rather, on Capitol Hill.
Vetting or oversight, even in years in the past, can reverberate years later with deadly consequences.
Yes, absolutely. That's why in green cards and naturalization purposes, the last several years under the Biden administration, we are re-vetting individuals from countries of concern.
And despite the risk of more terrorism, of more Americans being murdered by radical Islamic terrorists, Democrats are nonetheless voting over and over again to cut off funding to the Department of Homeland Security.
Mm-hmm. And encouraging resistance against our law enforcement, encouraging violent rioters to continue to resist us and to protest against ICE and the operations that we do to uphold the law.
You know, it wasn't long ago that common sense prevailed, that there was bipartisan agreement, that we agreed we all support the police, we all support law enforcement, we all want to see criminals in jail, we believe murderers should be in jail, we believe rapists should be in jail, we believe child molesters should be in jail, we believe gangbangers should be in jail. Today, tragically, the Democrat Party has decided they are the party of illegal immigrants, they are the party of murderers and rapists and child molesters and gangbangers. And the men and women who are on the wall, the men and women who are defending us from these violent criminals, to the Democrats, they are the enemy. Mm-hmm. And they engage in rhetoric that is shameful, attacking Border Patrol agents, attacking ICE agents, calling them Nazis, calling them Gestapo, calling them terrorists, cheering on violence against law enforcement. It is utterly shameful. Where I want to speak to the men and women in your department. I want to speak to those Border Patrol agents, those ICE agents, all the men and women who are on that line. I want to say thank you. We appreciate you, your service, your courage. 31 million Texans say thank you. And by the way, the violence is occurring in Democrat states where it's cheered on by Democrat politicians. It is shameful. And Secretary Noem, I want to say thank you for getting up and going in and doing your job every day. Thank you for making my family safer. Thank you for making the families of 31 million Texans safer. Thank you for the honorable work of the Department of Homeland Security, and to everyone there, God bless you. And again, to the Angel families, thank you for speaking out and having the courage to say your loved ones mattered. They are not forgotten. I want to apologize on behalf of the federal government. Your loved ones should never have lost their lives. If the federal government had done its damn job, these murderers wouldn't be here. Thank you, Secretary Noem. And with that, I don't have a gavel, but this hearing is adjourned.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
That hearing adjourned there, the Senate Judiciary Committee, where Secretary Noem has been testifying since, around 9 o'clock this morning. When she first took the stand there. There was a little bit of a break at one point, but several hours this hearing went. Looks like someone might be being taken into custody, or at least escorted out there. So we listened in for a while to that. It was at times tense. Some questioning from Democratic senators on that panel, asking questions of the Homeland Security Secretary. She also had some more friendly questioning from many Republicans, including Senator Ashley Moody from the state of Florida. So we have now seen that come to an end as we get closer to our 2 o'clock hour here, but still a lot to cover here. You see Senator Cruz, who just wrapped up that hearing, who is speaking now, and there is the Secretary Noem, who is gathering her things and speaking as well with some of the folks there, taking some pictures as well, I see. We're going to take another break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and we talked earlier about SB 1471, the domestic terrorist organization bill being called in the House. Want to get you to the floor of the House right now as they discuss this bill. Let's go ahead and listen in.
America and our ally Israel engaged Iran, a regime that since the 1979 revolution replaced constitutional governance with theocratic rule under Sharia law, curtailed the rights of women, crushed dissent, and exported terrorism across the globe. Right now, American troops are standing overseas in defense of liberty, some having already given the ultimate sacrifice, confronting terrorism abroad. Today, members, while they defend freedom on foreign soil, we have a duty to defend America law, our principles, and way of life here at home. And House Bill 1471 does exactly that. It makes clear that Florida courts will apply American laws, most notably the United States Constitution, not foreign legal doctrines, when disputes arise in our state. It establishes a structured, evidence-based due process framework for designating domestic terrorist organizations operating within our borders, and it ensures that Florida taxpayer dollars, including public education and scholarship funds, do not flow to organizations that undermine our laws or threaten our security. This bill is about sovereignty, it is about public safety, it is about protecting our courts, our communities, and our taxpayer dollars. And above all, members, it is about putting America and Florida first. Mr. Speaker, that is the bill.
Questions of the sponsor, Representative Rayner.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Going to lines 328 and 329, is it clear that my reading of this is, can you not hear me? Okay. Is it clear that the reading of this 328, 329, that an organization must be first convicted in a court under 775.30?
Representative Casal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative, for that question. So the definition of terrorism, which you're referring to, has been defined in statute for some time. This bill does not change that. In order to be designated a terrorist organization, it must be a violent act or an act dangerous to human life, which is in violation of the criminal laws of the state of this state or the United States, as well as a second prong to that.
Representative Rayner.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And y'all, I'm sorry for my voice. Is there any evidentiary standard in the bill that governs the chief or the cabinet's designation decision? And if so, can you please point me to the page number in line?
Representative Casal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative. I am having a hard time understanding you, so if you could repeat your question.
Representative Rayner.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And can we maybe add a little bit more time because my voice is literally gone. I don't want to take away from questions. Is there an evidentiary standard in the bill that governs the chief or the cabinet's designation decision? And if so, can you point to the page number in line, please?
Representative Casal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative, for that question. This is not a judicial process, so there is no evidentiary standard. However, the bill creates a significant amount of due process prior to the designation of the domestic terrorist organization. Specifically, the chief domestic security officer must engage with various terrorism organizations, CIA, FBI, etc. He must produce written findings to the cabinet. There must be public notice. There must be a majority vote. And then there is 30 days by which the organization can appeal an unfavorable decision.
Representative Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, so for the Florida college system and state university systems, in the event that a student is expelled and assess the out-of-state fees, I'm kind of trying to figure out, even though they will no longer be enrolled at the institution, what is kind of the reason behind imposing this instructional fee after expulsion?
Representative Casal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative, for that question. So that fee would be assessed after we have a designation of the terrorist organization, and then we have a student who elects to promote that terrorist organization. through the due process provided under the university system. Should they find that the student violated that promotion clause, expulsion would be the sanction. And we do not want those students who have been found to have committed promoting domestic terrorist organizations to move on to another university. So that sanction is the opportunity that we have to indicate that this type of behavior is not welcomed on our university campuses.
Representative Hart-Lohman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rep, in Section 5, line 254, the bill prohibits knowingly providing material support to a domestic terrorist organization. However, that same standard is not applied in Section 12. Why isn't there any similar provision that students who promote a domestic terrorist organization must do so knowingly to face consequences?
Representative Cassell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative, for that question. So the first section that you're referring to imposes criminal penalties upon an individual who engages in membership knowingly and intentionally with a domestic terrorist organization. They act under the direction and control of that organization, and then they do that in an effort to promote illegal acts. That is considered criminal conduct under that section of the bill. The section of the bill that deals with students does not impose criminal conduct. It is a violation of the honor code of that university to promote a domestic terrorist organization. We do not impose criminal penalties, but we will not allow our universities to be eroded with promotion of domestic terrorist or foreign terrorist organizations.
Representative Gant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If a court challenge to remove a domestic terrorist designation is successful, what is the process for an organization to be removed from the Florida admin register, and where is that process outlined in the bill with the page number and lines?
Representative Cassell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Florida registry is where we publish all of our notices. So if a domestic terrorist organization is successful in being removed from that, they would be removed from the registry.
Time for questions has expired. Are there amendments?
On the desk, Mr. Speaker.
Read the first amendment.
Representative Gant offered the following amendment with title amendment. Bar code 716683. Remove lines 124 through 125 and insert an amendment.
Representative Gant, you're recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment removes all instances of Sharia or Sharia law mentioned in the bill, including lines 100 through 107, lines 110 through 111 in the bill title, and lines 124 and 125 in the bill text. The amendment seeks to ensure that no one religion is singled out or antagonized, and that is the amendment.
Questions of the sponsor. Representative Cassell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, can you explain why you believe removing explicit language referencing Sharia law strengthens the clarity of this bill rather than weakening our ability to ensure foreign legal doctrines do not override constitutional rights?
Representative Gant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It eliminates viewpoint discrimination.
Further questions of the sponsor. Representative Cassell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, is it your position that foreign legal systems should not be named directly in statute, even when they have been raised in American litigation? And if so, how does that promote transparency of our courts?
Representative Gant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No.
Representative Cassell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, do you agree that no foreign legal doctrine, including Sharia law, should ever supersede the United States Constitution or Florida court?
Representative Gant.
Thank you. I believe that the United States Constitution and our United States laws, both federal and state, are the supreme laws of the land and are the only ones applied.
Representative Cassell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, can you point to any harm caused by expressly stating that Florida courts will not apply Sharia law when it conflicts with constitutional protection?
Representative Gant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The constitutional protections are the preeminent law of the land. Therefore, that's what courts are governed by and abide by.
Representative Cassell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, are you currently aware that Sharia law is the most heavily litigated foreign law in the American court system?
Representative Gant.
I believe that's outside of the scope of the bill. Thank you, or my amendment. Thank you.
Further questions of the sponsor? Further questions of the sponsor? Are there amendments to the amendment?
None on the desk, Mr. Speaker.
Is there a substitute amendment?
None on the desk, Mr. Speaker.
Is there debate? Representative Escamani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been a lot of concerns expressed about this bill from an array of stakeholders, from conservative free speech organizations to more left-leaning ones. And there's also been concern from many of our private schools that currently tap into the voucher program, which candidly I oppose. I oppose universal vouchers. But I think it is important that when it comes to private entities accessing these public dollars to fund education, that we not engage in discrimination based on the foundation of that school and the faith followings of that school. And as Representative Gant already mentioned, we do have, of course, the U.S. Constitution, the state constitution as the supreme law, and courts will debate and litigate issues, but I think it's really important for us not to fall into the unfortunate prejudice and discriminatory practices as it pertains to our Muslim community members. And we have some fantastic schools throughout the state where they are based in a Arab or a Muslim community, and they are concerned that the way this bill is written, that they would no longer qualify for this funding, and has nothing to do with them practicing an extreme interpretation of what the bill sponsor is talking about, Sharia law. It's really this concern that because they're a Muslim school, they're being thrown into this discriminatory environment, and people are making assumptions because their students wear a hijab and now they must be dangerous because their male students look like me, brown, big eyes, that now they're potentially going to be terrorists. I think it's really important that we not treat our kids like this. You know, we had a group of Muslim students come to the Capitol for a press conference, and there was a concern of accusations that they were a terrorist organization. They were just kids here to experience the Capitol. So I think we have to be really careful about our language. We have to be really careful about assumptions we're making and ensure that every Florida child can have access to high quality education, which is why I think this body voted on that policy. And so with those concerns that the way this bill is written, those schools may be now pulled away, I think should at least exercise caution in this bill and create some pause. Because in your districts, you likely have students who could be impacted by this, and it's important to respect that diversity and to allow every child to practice their faith in a private or public setting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Cassell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Sharia law is named in this bill for very specific reasons. Sharia law refers to a foreign legal framework that is codified and enforced by certain governments. It is not a religious practice, and it has no authority in Florida courts unless consistent with constitutional rights. Sharia law was not identified to single out a religion, but to address a foreign legal framework that has been repeatedly raised in American courts and that, when applied, contains well-documented principles that conflict with the United States Constitution. In several countries, particularly countries of concern such as Iran, Sharia law operates as a codified legal system enforced by the state, not as a matter of personal relief. When raised in U.S. litigation, it is treated as foreign law, and courts are asked to determine whether its enforcement would violate constitutional guarantees such as due process, equal protection, and individual liberty. Sharia law is the most frequently litigated, religiously derived legal system in American courts, especially in courts involving contracts, family law, and arbitration. Naming it provides clarity, not preference, and avoids ambiguity for courts, litigants, and judges. Most importantly, the rule established by this bill applies equally across boards, but it allows the courts to understand those principles that Sharia law applies that do not that conflict with our constitutional principles of equality for all. Members, keeping Sharia law is a huge component of this bill, and I ask that you vote down on this amendment.
Representative Rayner.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Members, I believe that this amendment is actually well-founded and is actually constitutionally sound. Here's the thing that we should know, and I believe the bill sponsor should know this. American courts are already prohibited from applying any religious foreign or other laws that violate constitutional rights. It's been very clear, this has been litigated, that the only law of the land, it is what is upheld by U.S. American laws and the U.S. Constitution. So any mention of Sharia law in this particular bill, to me, is a red herring. Those who are practitioners of the law know better and know that courts, American courts, are not going to apply any type of other foreign law. They're only going to apply the laws of the United States. And so I think that if we are moving forward with this type of bill, we ought to make sure that we're very, very clear and precise in our language and precise in our legislation. I think that
time for debate has expired. Thank you. Representative Gant, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The provisions stricken from the bill are unconstitutional. In the Supreme Court case, Lawson v. Valentine, in 1982, the court held that a state statute granting denominational preference, and I quote, must be treated as suspect and strict scrutiny must be applied in adjudging its constitutionality. Denominational preference of any kind is forbidden by the First Amendment and violates the Establishment Clause. This bill pushes forth a propaganda agenda about Sharia, which by the way just means law, that will undoubtedly antagonize the Muslim community in Florida. And I'm sure every last one of us represents a Muslim in this body. Many of the assumptions about Sharia in lines 100 through 107 are untrue or overbroad and aim to push a narrative against Muslims. Sharia does not promote forced child marriages. This is actually prohibited in Islam. In 2018, the Florida legislature banned any child under the age of 17 from marrying, largely due to a story of Sherry Johnson. Who was Sherry Johnson? She was a Floridian who was raped by her Christian church deacon in Florida and forced to marry him at the age of 11. Okay? This bill singles out Islam and not other practices or other religions. And as an attorney, I find it disingenuous to assert that our courts use any other law aside from the laws we pass and have been passed in the legislature, the Florida Constitution, federal laws, and the U.S. Constitution.
State Representative Ashley Gant, a Democrat from Miami, proposing an amendment that looks to strike the provisions that specifically mention Sharia law in this bill that creates a process to designate certain groups as terrorist organizations in the state of Florida, among a number of other things. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be back at the top of the hour. Welcome in our TV audience with the Florida Live and continue our live streaming coverage next. So thanks for joining us. Keep it right here and we'll be right back.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you and welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. We've got a number of things that we are tracking this afternoon. If you're just joining us, want to get you kind of caught up to speed here. Let me give you a live look at the U.S. Capitol right now in Washington, D.C., where earlier we heard testimony from Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem testifying in front of a Senate committee. We're getting ready to hear a testimony in a new hearing that's going to be in front of a Senate Judiciary Subcommittee on Crime and Counterterrorism. Among the witnesses in this hearing is going to be Tim Tebow, the Florida Gators legend, the founder and chairman of the Tim Tebow Foundation. This is a hearing looking at child trafficking and what the subcommittee says the failure to protect America's most vulnerable. So that hearing is getting ready to begin. We are going to keep an eye out and an ear out for Tim Tebow's opening remarks, and we will try to bring that to you live. And then we'll also keep monitoring that as well for any other developments from that hearing. So that's something we are watching. Number of other big stories that we are tracking this afternoon for you here on Florida Live. The latest with Iran. We know the State Department working to evacuate Americans from the Middle East. And we also are looking at this from the angle of what happens next, and not just with Iran, but we're hearing from a growing number of the Cuban community across Florida, wondering what this might mean for potential regime change and military action in Cuba. So we're going to talk about that coming up in just a little bit. With Kimberly Leonard from Politico. We're also following up today on the shooting out of Volusia County, where a suspect is accused of opening fire on a deputy in Volusia County. That suspect appeared in court, made his first appearance just in the last half hour. We did bring that to you live if you were with us on Fox 35 News Plus. A judge saying no bond for that suspect in that case. I want to bring in Fox 35's Marie Ettinger, who joins us live now via Zoom, because I know Marie not only was at that court appearance, but also has been digging into and learning a little bit more about the suspect in this case. Marie, thanks for joining us. What have you learned today?
Hey, Aaron. So in the first appearance that you just mentioned, the defendant was given no bond, which means he'll have to stay in jail while he's awaiting his trial, except that he will have another hearing coming up where he would be able to argue that. And his defense attorney did argue against that today. One of the reasons his defense attorney says that he shouldn't be held in jail awaiting his trial is because he has, quote, no criminal history. And that is technically true in that he's never been adjudicated guilty before for anything. He has been arrested, though, several times, often for violent offenses. One of those was in 2023 in Lake Mary. Police were called for a domestic battery against his own family members. He was arrested, brought into jail, but he didn't face charges for that in the long run. The family chose not to pursue them, so he was never found guilty of that. Likewise, in 2024, he was arrested again and brought into jail for another battery. Two elderly people who took a Lyft that Polanco was driving said that he had gone to the back seat, ripped them out of the car, and shoved them to the ground, injuring an elderly woman who I'm actually going to be speaking with in just a few minutes, and we will have an interview for you with her at our 6 p.m. broadcast. She talked with me earlier today about how badly it hurt, how shaken up she and her husband were, but in the end, they chose to drop the charges too. He'd already spent a few days in jail awaiting trial. He didn't bond out, and they figured because of that and because they learned that he would lose his job with Lyft or Uber, they just sort of felt bad about it or felt guilty, affecting his life, and again chose to drop the charges. He has another case from 2024 for a hit and run causing property damage, not damage to an individual. He didn't hurt anyone. But he did flee the scene and was arrested for that. It was a second-degree misdemeanor, but he pleaded no contest, and a judge chose to withhold adjudication. So he has been in and out of jail many times, but he's never actually been found guilty. And that's going to matter in this case because those are things that the prosecution and the defense team will consider, as well as the judge, when they're deciding how to handle this case moving forward. This is a first-degree felony. He could spend life in prison if he's found guilty. I did notice in his arrest report, though, the deputies who were interviewing him asked him specifically if he understands the difference between right and wrong. He says that he does, but that he's been off his schizophrenia medication for about a month. He says, though, that he does know it was wrong to open fire on the deputies, and he understands that. He says that he only stopped shooting, according to this arrest report, because he ran out of bullets. The reason they ask a question like that is because of a plea that we've been talking about a lot in recent weeks, which is insanity, saying that you were insane at the time. And because he has schizophrenia, according to his arrest report, that could come into play here. However, the legal definition for an insanity plea says that you did not understand right from wrong at the time of the offense. That seems like why the deputies would have asked him that question after reading him his Miranda rights last night. We are, again, like I said, going to be talking with a woman from a previous case who says she was attacked by this man in the past and told police the same. I'm reaching out to Lake Mary Police, who Sheriff Mike Chitwood says have him on a particular list, saying that he could be violent when he's not on his schizophrenia medication. I'm hoping to learn more about what type of list that is, how it qualifies, how it comes into play. And at 3 p.m., we are going to be getting an update from the sheriff. So we'll have a lot more for you this afternoon and evening as we continue to work through and learn more about this story.
Marie, is this a suspect who had been Baker acted previously?
Yes, the sheriff says that he was Baker acted in June of 2025, so just a few months ago. And by just a few days after that, by July 4th, he was already having a confrontation with a neighbor. The neighbor says that that Polanco threatened him with a gun. He called police to report it. However, the neighbor said that he didn't really want to do anything about it, that he just wanted to get it out there, but didn't actually want to pursue charges, didn't want to be involved further with this guy. And so at that point, there's nothing really police can do, let alone the judicial system and the courts who would have to pursue this case without a victim. So that's been a pattern here where people say he threatened me, he scared me, he hurt me, but I don't actually want to I don't want to impact his life any further. And so he goes without facing accountability within the court system. One of the stipulations for being Baker acted is that you are not supposed to have weapons. Those need to be removed. We learned from his police report that he says he got the weapon he used in this shooting from a drug dealer, a guy he gets marijuana from. He said he smoked marijuana earlier in the day ahead of the shooting. Says he bought it for $600. So there is a lot to this case that we're still piecing together right now. The sheriff, I think, is having some difficulty because he says that there just were so many times that people couldn't do anything or could have, but sort of chose to go about things more lightly. And that ultimately resulted in a deputy being shot.
Well, Fox 35's Marie Edinger, we appreciate you joining us and sharing your reporting with us this afternoon. Thanks for joining us here on Florida Live.
Of course, Garrett.
And as Marie mentioned, 3 o'clock is when we do expect Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood to hold a news conference talking about this case and also releasing some of the body camera video from that shooting last night. We will be streaming that news conference live on Fox Local and on YouTube during our 3 o'clock hour, so you can join us on those platforms for that. We still have a lot to get to over this next hour. We're going to check in with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer and our Florida Live forecast. We've got our Tampa connection coming up to take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. And we are also standing by to hear from Tim Tebow testifying momentarily on Capitol Hill. So keep it right here. We've got more Florida Live coming up in just a couple of minutes right here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Fox 35 TV. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. And for that, we are going to bring in Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who is joining us live now from the Fox 13 newsroom. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, a massive undercover sting right here in Hillsborough County has taken dozens of predators off the streets. The sheriff's office tells us that they arrested 89 people during a human trafficking sting that took several weeks. And this operation targeted child exploitation as well as human trafficking. So between January 1st and early February, undercover detectives posed as minors or traffickers online. Investigators say the suspects arrived at meeting locations expecting to purchase sex, but instead they were met by handcuffs. Sheriff Chad Chronister says the operation resulted in more than 1,200 felony charges. Among those arrested was 41-year-old Stephen Fabick. He's a math teacher at Hillsborough High School. Detectives say Fabick offered to pick up a teenager and bring them to his home. Another suspect, 69-year-old John Altieri, was already on probation when he allegedly arranged a rideshare to pick up a juvenile. Beyond the arrest, deputies say the operation helped save lives. Detectives recovered a missing 17-year-old girl who was being exploited and arrested her trafficker. In a separate case, a cyber tip led investigators to a 42-year-old Peter Torres, leading to the rescue of a 2-year-old child. Sheriff Chronister had a stern warning for predators today, stating that no matter the app or the fake profile, detectives will follow the digital trail straight to their door. Garrett?
All right. Obviously, very serious charges that those suspects are now facing. Second in our Tampa Connection, Nancy, I know you got some details on what sounds like a terrifying situation out of Temple Terrace.
Yeah, Temple Terrace police are searching for a man they say abducted and sexually assaulted a 13-year-old girl. So police first arrived at the Doral Oaks apartments last night just before 6 p.m. when a 13-year-old girl was reported missing. So while officers were on the scene, still on that scene about 3 hours later, the girl returned home, and that's where she told this disturbing story. Investigators say the girl told them she was hanging out with a group of friends earlier in the evening when a man in a gray or silver Nissan Altima approached them. He allegedly asked the teenagers if they would take his money and go buy him food at a nearby Burger King that's up on North 56th Street. While the other teens said no, this 13-year-old girl agreed. And security footage from that Burger King confirms that she was there. Now, police say when she returned to the apartment complex to give this man his food, he forced her into his vehicle and drove her to an unknown location. She told officers that the man sexually assaulted her before dropping her off near those apartments later that night. Again, she was dropped off around 9 o'clock. You can see the car that he was driving up there on your screen. And detectives, they are now searching for the suspect who the girl described as being a slender white man with blonde or sandy hair and a reddish beard. The victim says that this man claimed that his name was either Ryan or Brian, and he said that he was 19 years old. He was seen driving a gray four-door sedan, that one you see again up there on your screen. And Temple Terrace police, while they are still searching for this suspect and actually still trying to identify this suspect, they are asking parents to talk to their children and remind their children not to talk or engage with anybody that they do not know. And they are also asking anyone in that area to report any suspicious activity. Garrett?
All right. Certainly a scary situation, an important warning from law enforcement to people, and hopefully they track down that suspect soon. And finally, in our Tampa Connection, I know you're also tracking a story out of Polk County.
Yes, this involves a cleaning woman from Lakeland who is accused of stealing thousands of dollars worth of jewelry from several customers. Now, Polk County deputies say 31-year-old Ashley Hernandez, she was already facing charges for allegedly stealing about $12,000 worth of jewelry from a client. And so after her arrest, the sheriff's office posted her mugshot on Facebook, and Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd, he did do a video, and that was also posted on Facebook about this cleaning woman. And And a woman from Mulberry, she happened to see those posts on the Polk County Sheriff's Office Facebook page, and she checked her own home because she had hired Hernandez several times to clean her house, and she realized that a $2,500 white gold ring was missing. Investigators say that Hernandez did clean that woman's home 3 times, and they later tracked that missing ring to a local pawn shop where they found a receipt allegedly signed by Hernandez, complete with her thumbprint and identification. And this timeline is actually what has deputies the most concerned. Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd says Hernandez was arrested on February 18th. She bonded out of jail on the 21st and was back cleaning that Mulberry victim's home just 2 days later on February 23rd. Hernandez now faces a new string of charges, including grand theft and dealing in stolen property. This is her 3rd arrest since mid-February, as she is also facing a warrant for a similar case right here in Hillsborough County. The Sheriff's Office is urging anyone who has hired Hernandez to clean their home recently to double-check their valuables and to call the Polk County Sheriff's Office if they notice that anything is missing. Garrett?
All right, the Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection today.
Thank you.
It's time now for our Florida Live forecast. For that, we bring in Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer. TJ, always good to see you. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks, Gary. I appreciate it.
So we started our day with that lunar eclipse.
So cool.
I missed it.
I got up and we couldn't see it at our house. I don't know.
Okay.
I went out. I'm looking west. And I don't see any red. I see some, and maybe it was some clouds, because I was like, I don't see it.
Okay, so I don't feel so bad, because I didn't get up when it was still super dark. I got up around 6 o'clock, and so it was, it was already kind of starting to get light out and that kind of thing. But I was based on the time, I should still be able to see this. And I was looking around and I couldn't see it. So at least I'm not the only one.
No, I was even a little later. I was like, 6:15. It might have been actually 6:25 at the time I was actually outside, and I'm like, this should be peak time, right? I was like, and I'm like, I don't see it. Am I crazy or?
Well, and now we have to wait another 3 years.
We do.
Is what I hear.
Yeah.
So.
Between this and the planetary parade, it was kind of a fun astronomical weekend, but now we have to wait a while for these fun things to happen again.
Yeah, but we're in a nice, a little bit of a nice stretch here. Things are certainly warmer than what we have been dealing with.
Yeah. We were at the beach yesterday. It was packed, Garrett.
Was it?
Packed.
Nice day to be at the beach.
It was a really nice day. It was a little cool on the water, but it was great. Yeah, I think if anyone's getting out, I know we have Bike Week going on, spring break starting to take shape as well. And but at least with the warmth, aside from a couple of showers, it's looking like a pretty nice evening and nice approach to midweek. But we are seeing some of those clouds out there. That's a live look over Mount Dora here, where we are watching, at least across some parts of Central Florida, some spotty showers, a little heavier rain across some of Osceola County. But they're quick moving. They're working across the peninsula from east to west with this dominant onshore wind. And this pattern that we're in going to be kind of similar each and every day. We have the upper level ridge of high pressure, and that's going to keep things pleasant and warm, but each and every day we'll have these stray showers. It's not a horrible stretch of weather. For the most part, temperature is going to be well above normal. We're kind of close to where we were yesterday, but some of the showers have kind of cooled things down. But some spots are in the 80s already right now, and it's running close to over really 5 degrees above average for this time of the year.
Well, you know what? We'll take it. Because we, for much of this winter, I feel like we kept having those cold snaps, and so I know a lot of people, and including myself, who are kind of ready to move on and have this springtime. And I mean, we're just a couple of days away from changing our clocks, springing forward, and I feel like that's when things really start to feel like spring and summer here in Florida.
Oh yeah, for sure. I feel like between that and weather spring, meteorological spring, that already happened. So I feel like between these two, we're in spring break starting for many people, colleges. I feel like, and temperatures continue to warm up from here. So we just keep going up, which is great.
Yeah. So kind of walk us through. We're still getting a little bit of a break from it at night. It's still kind of at the point I've been leaving the windows open a little bit, and it's been nice, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like we've been doing the same thing. We were bad. We did put the AC back on the other day, but I feel like lows in the 60s, that's still above normal. We can still get the windows open, but by the weekend, we're back in the mid 80s. Some spots probably sneaking into the upper 80s, which is nearly 10 degrees above average for this time of the year, Garrett. But just like what we're seeing today with some of these spotty showers, I think the same story going to be on the table for our day tomorrow. You can see some of these kind of fading away each and every evening, kind of a more summertime-esque pattern for us. But by tomorrow afternoon, we're seeing some of those showers working from east to west again. Not all of us see rain, but at least it's the chances for rain with the drought that we've all been talking about. I think at least little bursts of rain will help in any sort of way.
Yeah, we know we need it. There's no doubt about that. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist TJ Springer, we appreciate you joining us for our Florida Live forecast.
Thanks, Garrett.
And we're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back after this. Give you a live look right now at Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. We know later today, senators expected to get a briefing on the situation in Iran. Welcome back in to Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. And thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35. Obviously, we are continuing to watch the situation in Iran very closely. We heard from the president earlier speaking in the Oval Office, answering a number of questions about those ongoing strikes against the Islamic regime there. And that is also raising questions for many in Florida about what might happen next if the United States decides to take action in Cuba. Joining us live now, we've got Kimberly Leonard, Politico reporter and the author of the Florida Playbook newsletter. Kimberly, always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live today.
Yeah, good to be back with you.
Kimberly, I know this was a big focus of what you wrote about in Florida Playbook today. What are you hearing from political leaders here about what this might mean for Cuba?
Yeah, look, there was a lot of energy down here in South Florida. There is a huge Cuban and Cuban American diaspora down here that has been sort of anxiously waiting to see what Trump is going to do in Cuba. What happened in Iran was something that they saw as potentially, a bit of foreshadowing for what could happen in Cuba. But many of them had also sort of expected that the Trump administration might act earlier on Cuba, just given, that they toppled the regime in Venezuela. They thought that maybe, Cuba might be next. They were very hopeful that that might happen. There are people who haven't seen their families in a very long time who want to see a free Cuba. There was a caravan of thousands of people driving down the streets of Miami on Saturday. And then on Monday, a bunch of opposition groups got together and actually put together a document that outlines what kind of transfer of power they would want to see and how they would want to move to elections. So they were essentially telling the Trump administration, look, we're ready. We want something to happen. Things are ready to go. And what I've heard from the White House right now is that talks are ongoing. Obviously, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, himself, of Cuban descent, himself someone born in Miami, is the one leading the talks on this. And there's just a lot of anticipation, a lot of worries, but mostly I would say those who are saying, okay, it's time. That's really the sense that I'm getting down here.
Well, and even before those attacks, from some leaders like Congressman Jimenez, he's been very vocal about this on social media and in news conferences, for a while now. But especially, I feel like in the past couple of weeks, he's really been kind of hammering this point home.
He has, yes. And I've talked to a good deal of members of the House on this, and they are kind of in lockstep on it. They are saying that the president is sending a message that Cuba is next. They are warning the regime to come to the table to get to some sort of an agreement. I don't know whether that'll happen. There's certainly a lot of distrust. There was, a shooting off the coast of Cuba last week that's still being investigated. But yes, the members of the House from Miami, especially of Cuban descent themselves, are very much, leaning in and saying that it's time.
Meanwhile, in Tallahassee, still a lot of things going on with the legislative session right now. Time really starting to kind of wind down. Hard to believe how quickly things go. And still a lot of questions when it comes to budget matters in Tallahassee. And one of the things I know that Politico was looking into was the space budget. Obviously, that's something we watch closely with the Space Coast here in our area. And so where do things stand with some of this investment when it comes to the space industry?
Yeah, look, that's something that'll probably have to be worked out in conference. The governor did ask for additional funding, millions of dollars more to go toward the Space Coast. They want to keep Florida competitive. There's basically this space race between Texas and Florida, but Texas spends significantly more on this than Florida does. And what the governor has proposed isn't even close to what Texas has. But there are members of the legislature who are definitely willing to look at what the governor is asking. There's a lot of chatter about even maybe someday, moving NASA's headquarters to be in a different place than Washington, D.C. So any way that they can kind of make Florida really attractive in that way. And then the other thing I'll say on that is that Representative Byron Donalds, who's the front runner to become the next governor, has been talking about this a lot while on the trail. He was here in Miami yesterday, and it came up just how to make Florida a much more, kind of economic hub and a place where not just rockets are being launched, but they're being actually manufactured here in Florida is a vision that he has for the state.
And talking about the governor's race, you also spoke recently again with Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings about his campaign, which has seemed to be a little bit quieter in some ways. What did you learn from him about his campaign strategy to this point?
Yeah, this is something that I'm really following this campaign season, what it means to sort of campaign in this digital age, this hyper-partisan age, this age of, where Trump is always very visible and so forth. And the question I was essentially looking at is, can other candidates take a different route, take maybe a route that's a little bit smaller, a little bit quieter. Mayor Demings has been all over the state. I mean, when I talked to him, he was on his way to Gainesville last week. He is on the road constantly, in addition to being, the mayor, obviously, of Orange County. And so he doesn't embrace the new digital era. He doesn't want to, get on Twitter and make these big statements that go viral and so forth. He says that what he wants to focus on is the work that he's doing, and that he hopes that'll kind of be what voters are also looking for, that track record, not just as mayor, but also as, former sheriff, former chief of police. He has the long law enforcement background. He's a very centrist type of candidate. But look, I attended his campaign rally a few months ago that was very splashy, very loud, very exciting. And now he's been doing more of these smaller events. And so I just think it's a really interesting approach given how different everything is. And I don't know how much it's going to win over Democrats. I do think he has the name notoriety that people will definitely connect with. But it sort of remains to be seen how he's going to be going up against David Jolly, who is the other major Democrat in the race, who isn't doing, I would say, as much as the Republicans are when it comes to social media and, podcasts and those kinds of things, but definitely is starting to. I mean, he's been putting out this video series. He had one exchange about the shooting in Minneapolis that went viral. And so being able to look at the current era and how campaigns are run, I think is a big part of the political story that we're looking at here in Florida.
It's going to be interesting to watch, as we often say here. Kimberly Leonard, Politico reporter and Florida Playbook author, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live this afternoon.
Thanks so much.
I wanted to take you now to Capitol Hill, where just moments ago we heard from a Republican Senate leader, John Thune. Now we're hearing from House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries. We heard from Thune say that the president, he believes, does have the authority to take the steps that he has taken in Iran. Let's go ahead and listen in as Hakeem Jeffries takes questions from reporters right now, live on Capitol Hill.
To brutalize or kill American citizens by continuing to unleash ICE without restriction on the American people. The whole thing is insane. Make it make sense. Because it does not.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffries. Back in 2011, Nancy Pelosi said that President Obama didn't need congressional approval to bomb Libya. Now House Democrats say President Trump needs that approval to bomb Iran. What's the difference?
Well, obviously, Libya and the circumstances connected to that were very different than the circumstance that we face in Iran right now. I mean, I don't even understand the genesis or basis of that question. Not suggesting that you're not asking it in good faith. But obviously, as I've indicated, first of all, I was not in Congress at the time. So we're dealing with what we're dealing with right now, which is a catastrophic, endless war, as Donald Trump has characterized it, without any justification that there was going to be a preeminent assault or attack on the United States of America, either in our homeland or as it relates to our interests in the Middle East. The administration is not even pretending like they have intelligence or information at this point, publicly. And certainly there's been nothing that has been presented to us privately to justify a preemptive strike of this nature that has triggered an all-out war in the Middle East. And by the way, Donald Trump is the one who said in the aftermath of the 12-day war that Iran's nuclear program has been completely and totally obliterated. Not my words, his words. So was he lying to the American people then, or is he lying now? When he tried to suggest a few days ago that this was in part about stopping Iran's nuclear aspirations. They're all over the place in terms of their justification because they have nothing that explains their decision affirmatively not to come to Congress. The Constitution of the United States is not a mere inconvenience. It's an absolute necessity when it comes to the things that have been spelled out quite clearly by the framers of the Constitution. What happened to Republicans being so-called originalists? Was that all a lie as well? Because under this president, my Republican colleagues who continue to act like nothing more than reckless rubber stamps for Donald Trump's extreme agenda, ignore his behavior, this wannabe king, when it comes to trying to strip away congressional power as it relates to the appropriations, strip away congressional power as it relates to tariffs, and strip away congressional power as it relates to the declaration of war. The Constitution is not ambiguous about all of these things, and yet we see Republicans continuing to bend the knee to their wannabe king. That's not us, and it will never be. Thank you all.
Democratic House Leader Hakeem Jeffries taking questions from reporters talking about Iran. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live. When we come back, I want to get you to the hearing where we hear from Tim Tebow testifying during a hearing right now about child trafficking and making sure the America's most vulnerable are protected. So keep it here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. We told you about this hearing going on on Capitol Hill. It's a Senate Judiciary Subcommittee on Crime and Counterterrorism. They're having this hearing, and it's called Lost and Exploited, Confronting Child Trafficking and the Failure to Protect America's Most Vulnerable. There are a number of folks from organizations across the country who are testifying. Among those is Tim Tebow, who we know as a Florida Gators football legend here. He's also the founder and chairman of the Tim Tebow Foundation. And so he has been pretty vocal in a number of ways and testified just moments ago. Here's his opening remarks before that committee just a few minutes ago.
Humbling to be here with all of you, Miss Julia, Miss Stacia, Yasmin, and Miss Jane. It really is humbling and feel unworthy to be sitting beside all of you. So thank you so much for your work. As you mentioned, I'm so blessed to be a part of the Tim Tebow Foundation, and we exist to bring faith, hope, and love to those needing a brighter day in their darkest hour of need. But to really sum it up, it's to fight for people that can't fight for themselves. And I believe that's exactly why we're here today. Several years ago, we were finishing a leadership meeting, and I looked at Camille, our VP of Anti-Human Trafficking and Child Exploitation, and she had a very sober look on her face. And I said, Camille, what is it? What's breaking your heart? And she wrote down the number 20,000. And I said, Camille, 20,000 what? And she said 20,000 boys and girls. That's the best guess of what law enforcement can see in rape and abuse images, but yet they're categorized as unknown, unidentified. So that led us to a meeting in Lyon, France with HSI, FBI, Interpol, Europol, NCMEC, Google, ONIMI, and 18 other countries to find out, okay, what actually is the closest thing to the truth? And it wasn't 20,000. It was 57,000 boys and girls in the ICSA database that have yet to be identified. And that led us to Renewed Hope 1, 2, and 3, which identified over 1,100 boys and girls, and over 550 of them have been safeguarded so far. And right now, 30 minutes away at C3, the Cyber Crime Center, which is just so many of the best investigators and agents that America has to offer. They really are incredible. We just came from there, and I just want to thank them because they are the tip of the spear and the best of the best. And right now, the biggest operation ever in the fight against child exploitation is taking place with 30 countries, 34 agencies, 94 investigators and victim identification specialists, and hopefully it will be one of the biggest operations ever in history. But the problem is that the number now is not 57,000. With all of the work that all of these people and amazing law enforcement agents and nonprofit NGOs are doing all around the world, the number is not 57,000 like we said 2 years ago. It's over 89,000. We are losing the battle and we are losing the war, and boys and girls are suffering for it. And to give you an idea of the scope of what's happening in America, there's a red dot map right over there over my right shoulder, and that's just a 6-month screenshot of the U.S. And every red dot that is on there is someone that is downloading, sharing, or distributing child rape images, almost all under the age of 12. And there's over 330 of them just in that 6-month screenshot. And we know that 55 to 85% of them are also hands-on offenders, and we know that your average offender has 13 victims in their lifetime. The scale of harm right here in America is, to a certain extent, hard to comprehend, but that's why we're here. And when you knock down one of those doors, you also have no idea how many boys and girls you're going to find. From Operation Renewed Hope 1, one of the doors that was knocked down, when they went in and seized his computer, they found that he also had raped 30 other boys and girls in that neighborhood. So there's a lot of work to do. And Ranking Member Durman, you're right, we have to be able to act. A little over a year ago, I was at one of our protection centers, and a protection center has extra security because there's still a bounty and a price on these girls and young women's lives. And I was walking through the counseling rooms, and I walk up to one of the counseling rooms, and it's this beautiful couch, and it's got teddy bears and toys and children's books in it. And right behind the couch, there's a window. And right behind the window is the wall, and it's the edge of the protection center. I look up to the top of the wall, and it's the razor wire all the way around the top. And I'm just looking at this picture, and it's a surreal picture because inside, those girls are going to be cherished and loved and protected and cared for. But on the outside, they went through an earthly form of hell. And I'm standing there looking at this picture, and one of our team members comes and whispers in my ear as I'm looking at this picture. And he said, "Man, isn't it such a thin line between tortured and treasured?" And he was right. It is a thin line between tortured and treasured. And you are that thin line. And all of you are that thin line. But we have to have more people on that line, and we have to do a whole lot more, and we have to do it faster. Because every day we wait, they're suffering, they're crying, and I believe right now many of them are praying that we would respond. But how are we really going to respond? Because I ultimately also believe that this is what we're called to do. And what is calling me, and in my opinion, the best definition is an urgent and divine invitation to accept responsibility for a particular task. But the question is, will we actually accept the responsibility of caring for these boys and girls and truly protecting them, or are we just going to continue to talk about it? Because there's so much we can do, but the question is, will we? Thank you for having me, and thank you for letting me be a part.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Next week.
Tim Tebow, the founder of the Tim Tebow Foundation, with some powerful words in what is a heavy hearing going on right now on Capitol Hill, and a tough topic there, but an important one. certainly as they look at making sure that the children don't fall through the cracks when it comes to protecting them from child trafficking in this country. We also heard earlier from Senator Rick Scott, a Republican senator from Florida, part of the Senate Armed Services Committee that held a hearing earlier today on a very timely topic, talking about an update to the National Defense Strategy. Here is a little bit of what he had to say in that hearing earlier this morning.
First off, Undersecretary Colby, thank you for being here. I want to thank President Trump for his decisive leadership in Operation Epic Fury. The President and Secretary Hegseth have clear objectives to ensure Iran never has a nuclear weapon, and this evil regime is no longer able to terrorize and target the American people and our great ally, Israel. We have known for decades that the only way to deal with Iran is to totally destroy this evil regime, and President Trump is doing it. I also want to take this opportunity to talk about the incredible men and women in our military who answer the call to serve each and every day. They represent the best of what it means to be an American, sign up for a cause greater than themselves to serve their country and stand for our freedoms. And unfortunately, as we saw over the past few days, answering the call to serve can come with great sacrifice. For that, we can never repay them. Our heart goes out to their families, and I ask every American to keep their loved ones in your prayers. I've now been in the Senate for a little over 7 years, and in that time I've had the opportunity to travel all over the world to meet with our servicemen and women, diplomats, foreign leaders to foster American business, prioritize national security interests, and grow relationships with our allies. Everywhere I go, I hear great things about President Trump's leadership on the world stage and the incredible support he's received from Secretary Rubio and Secretary Hegseth in advancing his peace through strength agenda. Our allies respect us and our adversaries fear us. Countries have shifted their views on national security because they now know that under this administration, standing with the United States is beneficial to our mutual security. In my recent visits to both the Indo-Pacific and Northern and Eastern Europe, I witnessed this firsthand as countries are siding with us against our enemies, investing in our economy, and most importantly, buying American weapons. I tell every government official I meet with in my office or overseas, be like Israel. Baltics, Poland, do everything you can for yourself, and then ask where your need is and what you need us to do. And many of our allies who traditionally failed to do so are starting to do just that because they know that while President Trump will hold our friends accountable to step up to the plate and do their fair share, he will never abandon them. Secretary Rubio said it perfectly in his speech at the Munich Security Conference. The president is succeeding and will continue to succeed because he believes the entire world is important to the United States and for our security and prosperity. He understands that the United States and Europe are inseparable because of our common values and civilization. And the president reaffirmed it in his remarks on Iran when he outlined the threats that the regime having a nuclear weapon would have on the U.S. and our very good friends and our allies in Europe. The president clearly understands we have enemies around the world. The governments of Communist China, Iran, Russia, North Korea. They chose to be our enemies, and they are most definitely not focused just on the region they live in. They don't change their actions simply because we try to be nice to them or try to ignore them. That didn't work for President Obama, didn't work for President Biden. It only makes our enemies bolder and more aggressive toward us and our allies. President Trump proved he is not what his critics say he is when he comes to foreign policy and military matters. He is not a reckless warmonger, nor is he an isolationist. He is someone who understands that nowhere on the planet can we say whatever happens there is not our business. Instead, he knows our world is a safer place when our enemies wake up every day, scared to death about what we might do to them, and knowing that miscalculations on their part will not go unanswered. Just ask Iran and Venezuela. Back to my travels. As I learned about in conversations with our allies in Europe and the Indo-Pacific, there is a problem. Allies tell us they want to train with us, but the Department of War ignores these requests and tells them they are too small and insignificant. Allies tell us they want to buy weapons from us. And that is what the president wants, but some of our allies have told us that the Department of War that they may not buy them, resulting in frustration not at the president, but at the failures of the process that won't let them buy the weapons we told them to buy in the first place. They've gone to other countries to buy weapons. The president and his national security team have sent a clear message to our partners and allies. Step up. Do your fair share. And the United States will, too, be selling you the best American-made weapons and training so you can use them. However, it seems our allies are getting a mixed message when they come to the department to work together and buy weapons. Under Secretary Colby, what do you recommend those of us on this committee say to our allies who are aligned with President Trump and ready to do their part but are left confused when the process fails them?
Some remarks there from Senator Rick Scott from Florida, talking about the strikes in Iran and some broader implications as well, talking about wanting allies to step up and take more action for their own defense, kind of talking big picture when it comes to national defense strategy. And that's the topic of the Senate Armed Services Committee earlier today. We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. More Democratic leaders speaking this hour ahead of a briefing on Iran. This is Chuck Schumer. You see Tim Kaine from Virginia standing behind him. They're taking questions from reporters right now. Let's go ahead and listen in.
More questions than I went in with. It was not a very satisfying briefing. Yes.
What's your reaction to what Secretary Rubio said yesterday that the administration felt compelled to act because Israel was going to act with or without U.S. support in attacking Iran, and that casualties on U.S. bases in the region would have been higher if the U.S. had acted preemptively?
Trump just contradicted him, and it just shows you that they don't have a real answer as to what is going on, plain and simple. Yes, no, back there. Yes, you raise your hand. Yeah.
Do you expect a supplemental?
I can't hear you.
Do you expect a supplemental spending request from the Trump administration?
Well, you'll have to ask them. Thank you.
Wrapping up that news conference there, Chuck Schumer, who was one of the lawmakers who was actually briefed yesterday because the congressional leaders of this House and the Senate are part of that, the Gang of Eight, as they're called. So they got a briefing before the rest of the members of Congress and the Senate. So those briefings happening in just a little bit. So we will wait to see some more reaction from rank and file members of the Senate and the House after that and see what they have to say. We are coming up on 3 o'clock here on Florida Live. So I want to let you know a little bit more of what we are continuing to keep an eye on. First of all, let me just give you a live look right now at the Florida House, continuing to debate and discuss a number of bills today in the legislative session in Tallahassee. As we talked about with Kimberly Leonard, time's running out on this session. Still a lot of things to be figured out when it comes to the budget and a number of other things, but advancing a number of bills there today. Also, let me give you a live look inside the Volusia Sheriff's Office Training Academy, where we expect to hear from Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood in the next few minutes. He's expected to give us an update on the Deputy Jose Rivera, who was shot yesterday afternoon in Deltona while responding to a call. We know he is stable. He gave a bit of a thumbs up last night when we were on the scene outside the hospital. This was obviously a big breaking news story yesterday that we've continued to track today. And again, we are expecting a release of body camera video showing that response as well. Let me show you some of the scene video from that yesterday, where you can see just the response to that neighborhood in Deltona where this happened. The suspect was in court this afternoon. And so we know that bond was denied in that case. There is the video that I was talking about, Deputy Jose Rivera, who was shot. And let me see if I can pull up as well just the video that shows, this was Sheriff Chitwood yesterday, showing the body camera of that deputy as he holds it up there, saying that it was that body camera that may have saved that deputy's life. And so just a miracle that he is going to recover from that. And so we're waiting to hear an update from Sheriff Chitwood and see that body camera video as well. Here's a look at the suspect, Luis Jose Diaz Polanco, who was in court just a little bit ago. If you missed the top of our show, we were talking about that with Fox 35's Marie Edinger. Also had the chance earlier to speak with former police chief Orlando Rolone, who was giving his perspective on responding to calls like this and how fellow deputies were able to respond in this situation. So we'll listen in a little bit more to that while we're waiting on Sheriff Chitwood to begin speaking. But we are out of time here on Florida Live, our hour that simulcasts on Fox 35. So we appreciate you joining us, but want to let you know that our live streaming news coverage continues next on Fox Local and YouTube as we wait for that briefing that we will bring to you live in full in just a couple of minutes. So if you are with us on Fox Local and YouTube, keep it right here. We've got more to come in just a minute. If not, I will see you right back here tomorrow. Thanks for joining us.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us. I want to give you a live look right now inside the Volusia County Sheriff's Office Training Academy. That is Sheriff Mike Chitwood, who is getting ready to give an update on where things stand with this deputy who was shot yesterday afternoon. We also expect him to show some body camera video and release that from this situation. In fact, it sounds like things are getting underway. Let's go ahead and listen in.
So at 5 a.m. yesterday morning, there's an incident outside of that house on Candler. A young lady is there to pick up our suspect's mother to go to work. The suspect comes out of the house. There's some kind of an altercation. He jumps on the hood of the car and he vandalizes the car. The young lady says, I'm not staying here for this crazy stuff. I'm going to work. After work, around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, she calls to report the incident. That's what gets us to this address. We're investigating the vandalism from 5 a.m. that she doesn't report to us until she comes home from work. So here is Deputy Lopez body camera footage. So if you were there last night, obviously they walk up the driveway. Here's the front door. Comes out with the box in his hand, back in. This is Deputy Rivera. Take a good look at this now. He comes right out and opens fire. See with the gun and you see the muzzle flashes. The deputies retreat down the driveway, yelling, shots fired, shots fired. You can see he's bleeding from his arm. Tourniquet for his leg. So after he shoots, he goes back into the house. He eventually comes out and we take him into custody. He actually tries to enter, I don't know if you can see the car, there's a white car in the driveway. He goes back in the house, comes out, tries to get in the car, meanders around there, and eventually he decides he's going to give up. He was alone in the house at the time of the incident. The two people that we took into custody, they were living in the shed behind the property paying him rent. These are the two people coming out of the shed. There's a male husband and wife. They had no involvement or anything to witness or anything that had happened. They just rent that shed from our suspect and his mother. That's the white car that he tried to get in and out of. That gun is a 9mm. It was purchased by someone in Sanford legally. We're trying to figure out how he got his hands on that weapon. He was involved in an incident in July 4th in Sanford where he pointed the gun at somebody. The description of that firearm damn right matches what happened in Sanford on July 4th. It's a conic 9mm firearm. So where we weren't last night, where we can update you now, is he fires 12 shots at the deputies. We don't know whether or not we're going to be able to recover Deputy Rivera's body camera footage. It went out to Axon. We just spoke to them and their forensic people. We're going to see what they can do. But the trail of shells from the front door to where you see Deputy Rivera leaning on the car would indicate he fired at him and followed him down that driveway and followed deputies down the driveway. What we discovered early this morning and last night is our defendant was on an AI platform in Spanish on February 14th, and he asked AI, can I kill someone if they visit my property? AI then gave it a definition of stand your ground and Florida law and kind of advised this isn't really a good thing to do. So once he was in custody and read his rights, he decided he was going to cooperate. And he gave a pretty interesting statement. And some of the things you hear in this statement kind of mirrors the statement from the shooter of Officer Jewell, if you think back. He starts off with saying he had a horrible day and starts to talk about that first confrontation with the woman at 5 a.m. where he talks about he was armed during that confrontation. When the deputies came up to the house, he had every intention to shoot them in their vest. And if I didn't run out of ammunition, I would have killed them all. And if you're going to ask me about my medication, I don't like taking my medication. So that's where we are. I'll give you an update on Deputy Rivera. We all went up to see him today at different parts of the day. When I got there, he was eating chicken and waffles and watching SpongeBob. Tell me that's not typical of a father of three. So we anticipate he's going to get released tomorrow, and we're going to try to do some special things for him and his family when he gets released. We'll let you guys know what we're going to do, and eventually it'll be a procession to get him home. I know he's anxious to get back to work. He asked me, he said, please, Sheriff, when I come back to work, do not send me to the communication center, whatever you do. Can I do something that's at least the folks will say I'm doing a great job or I'm doing something to help somebody out? We've been in contact with all our deputies. I think the easy part's going to be the physical wounds. They're going to heal. But all of us on the command staff have been in touch with every one of those deputies that were out there. Who's applying tourniquets? Who was first aid? Who loaded them in the car to go? Air One crew. Everybody is having a hard time with this. And that's what our job is. Our job is to get them over the hump. And I'm going to say this, and you can bleep me or do whatever. I really don't care. But there's a lot of scumbags out there that got a lot of things to say. Okay? What they did, what those deputies did, was absolutely outstanding. It was bravery. There was restraint involved. They did everything you could ever ask a law enforcement professional to do. And one thing they did not know or anticipate was a vandalism call knocking on the door, which they have the legal right to do, would end up in a barrage of gunfire. And I don't care how much training I give you. I don't care how much equipment I give you. Sometimes that angel on your shoulder is the reason that you survive. And that young man last night had an angel on his shoulder. Because you think of that. That body camera shot was coming to the chest. And whether you have a bulletproof vest on or not, sometimes that hits that vest. It goes through the vest. The vest can direct that bullet up into your neck, up into your shoulder, into your artery. Just wearing a vest doesn't mean I'm going to be safe. It's not a bulletproof vest. It's a bullet-resistant vest. That's what's important. There's no doubt that body camera, worn where it was, stopped a shot to the chest, and clearly it directed it through his shoulder. And I'm not a doctor, but you saw that blood. It came pretty damn close to his femoral artery on top of that. And those deputies didn't wait. There was no lollygagging or vacillating around, let's wait for evac or let's wait for the helicopter. Hey, there's a hospital less than a half a mile away, get him in that car and get him to the hospital. And they did that. And they held the scene. They took him into custody, and they did what they needed to do. So, you guys got any questions?
So the two people in the shed, did they end up getting released?
They were released. They had no idea what was going on. In the very beginning, when the deputies are walking up and they're asking for him, they confer in Spanish and said he's probably inside the house. We don't know anything. Then they go back into the shed, and then all hell breaks loose from there.
And then just a quick question about the body cam. So I understood that the partner he ran around the house, but he did witness. So he first witnessed the shot.
That's his body camera.
Yeah.
That's his body camera catching that. Now remember, they're in the doorway, and if you look at that, we'll play the video again. There's nowhere to go. There's no trees. There's no nothing. The only cover you have is those three cars in the driveway. The bad guy's white car, then there was a red car, and then there was another car. Directly behind them is a park. There's a fence there. So there is no hard cover once he comes out of that door. And he's got the drop on them. I mean, you saw that in the video. Their guns aren't out. They're not going to know, hey, come here for a minute, buddy, I want to talk to you. It's a vandalism call, for Christ's sake. And they're greeted with, gunfire. And obviously, he sits there and tells us what a horrible day he had, and that if he had not run out of ammunition, he would have killed every one of those deputies. He did have more ammunition. He fired at 12. He dropped the clip. And from the crime scene, it looks like he went in, reloaded, must have thought better about it, came out without the gun, tried to get in the car, and tried to leave, and then they were able to take him into custody.
So he bought that gun from someone?
He claims he bought the gun off of some whoever for $600 on the streets of Sanford. So obviously, we're working with ATF to go to the original purchaser and find out, hey, we know where your gun is. How the hell did it get in this guy's hands? Absolutely. If he's illegal sale or transfer of a gun. It's not reported stolen. So we'll look to tag him. Hopefully the feds will pick that up.
Suspect even allowed to have a gun?
I would say, based on his mental, no. The family should know that. But then again, his mother has been a victim of him beating her, and so has his sister.
Was this one long barrage, or was it?
It was one long barrage. It was 12 rounds. And like I said, the trail starts. There's a couple in the doorway, and then the trail goes off. I guess if you were looking at the property, it would be to the right where the cars were. The trail goes almost down to where Deputy Rivera, when you see him leaning on that car.
How many shots did Deputy Rivera get?
6. Retreating, he got 6 off. He wasn't able to stand his ground. He was retreating, firing back.
This trainee, have you talked to him at all?
Yeah, we've talked to him. 8 days. What do you think he's saying? I mean, he's there. The most important thing for him was do my duty, talk to FDLE, make my statement, and then I want to get to the hospital and meet my partner. That was the most important thing to him.
I think in the body cam, one thing that is remarkable is how calm they were as all of this is happening. What do you say about that?
That's what I'm so proud of him. And I mean, the chief watched the video. We've all watched this video multiple times, and what comes through is that. What comes through is the training, because all hell's breaking loose, right? And you got to make a split-second decision. Do I throw in there? The guy's still armed. The guy's still active on the scene. Do I take time to put a tourniquet on? Throw him in the back of the car. What do we do to get him the hell out of here? Now, what do we do to secure the scene, make sure this guy doesn't get away? Is he coming back out again? Where did he go? What other kinds of ammunition, what kind of rounds does he have coming at us? So you don't know all these things in a matter of minutes. You have to make all of these decisions. And we're proud of every single thing that they did. Their decision-making, they were calm under fire. They did everything they needed to do.
At what point did the suspect look at AI? Or look at
February 14th. February 14th, he makes that inquiry in Spanish to AI about, the exact words, can I kill someone if they visit my property, is what he asks. And then AI gives the response of, that's really not a good idea. Here's what stand your ground means. Here's what the law, what federal law is and what Florida law is.
Sheriff, I'm sorry if you touched on this last night, but did these deputies have any knowledge, I guess, before showing up to that house about this guy's history?
Only knowledge they had was that the mom told them he's bipolar, schizophrenic, and when he doesn't take his meds, he's violent. That's what they had. They didn't have any information about a gun. They didn't have some of that information I gave you last night. They weren't privy to that. We were privy to it because after it happened, then you're able to go back and cull these records and find those things out. But that's what they had, and they did. They radioed in ahead. They called in and said, hey, we're going to a house. We're going to probably need some more units to show up. And they did. There were detail deputies in the area, Deputy Dang and Deputy Hernandez, I think. They had just happened to hear it. They were close by. They were there pulling up. Two of the other deputies were in the shift. They were the female officer, female deputy there, Deputy Kim Puglisi. She was pulling up. They had all arrived there. They were already up at the front door when the other deputies were arriving. And I don't think it really would have mattered. In his mind, he was going to do exactly what he did. And he knew from February 14th, because he's already had encounters with law enforcement before in Lake Marion and Sanford, where they've come to his house. On the 4th of July, they were knocking on his door to investigate the gun issue, which again, we all believe when you read the description of the gun on the July 4th incident and the gun that he uses last night, it's the same gun. It's a tan gun. I mean, you saw that firearm.
We saw it in the body cam video. How important is the life-saving training that your deputies get?
You know, in today's world, that's what we train for. We switched about 4 years ago to new holsters for active shooter training so that everybody would have tourniquets. Because under active shooter drills, you know, if you go down, ain't nobody picking you up. You got to tend to yourself. And then afterwards, you can use the tourniquet to help out once that active shooter is put down. But we've used, this is I think the second time we've used it on a deputy. Normally we use it on the general public. You know, the one I'm thinking of right now is there was a stabbing at LPGA where the guy was stabbed pretty good, and deputies were used all their tourniquets because he was stabbed all over the place to get him out of there. And now this one with Deputy Rivera is the second time we've used it on a deputy. So when people say, oh, he spends all this money on equipment, this is equipment to save life. You hope you never have to use those tourniquets. You hope you never have to use that equipment that we have. But you know what? You need it because we live in a violent world. People don't want to believe it. We live in a violent world.
What charges is Polanco facing?
2 counts of first-degree attempted murder. And obviously weapons charge and everything else that goes with that. But they're the 2 big charges that the state attorney is going to pursue. Do you guys want us to show the video again?
Wouldn't hurt.
Okay. Andrew, they like your video. Oh, I'm sorry, Brian, where Brian is.
It's Vicky's video.
Oh, Vicky, sorry. Oh, there's Brian. Thank you, Vicky. So the weapon is called a conic, is that what it's called? It's not a Glock. That's his car that he tried to leave in. So there's the box we talked about. What they said was, in that brief encounter, it looked like his eyes were glazed over when he came out of the house. Like he was kind of shocked to see law enforcement there. So you see one muzzle flash, and you saw the second muzzle flash, that orange, bright orange. Now he's 2 doors down now.
He's right here.
that a femoral hit? Was he hitting femoral?
No. But everybody thought from all the blood that he lost, that even he thought, that's why he was asking for a tourniquet, that he was hitting his femoral artery.
What was that first hospital that he went to?
It's Halifax in Deltona off of 472.
Did your staff say how much blood he did lose?
I don't know that.
And this was Polanco's place of residence.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Him and his mother. Andrew didn't want you to see the butt crack, so he blurted. He knows it's a PG-13 group we're going to get.
Who's talking to it? All right. Give him this photo. All right, bye.
Let me just tell you, that's only because Vicky's back from maternity leave. That is the only reason why. If you depended on the two guys, that wouldn't have got done. The mom's friend called.
And then anything like you can tell us about like the deputies, the injured deputies, like history of the department?
He's been here since 2023. And he is one of our top performers. He tried out for K9 recently. He on a I guess I'll call it a funny note now. He requested that he can go up in Air 1 on patrol for half a shift to see what it's like. And he said, I didn't anticipate riding in Air 1 the way I rode last night. They wouldn't let me sit up. They strapped me to a backboard. So I think what we're going to do is tomorrow when he gets released, we're going to let him and his wife fly via the coastline back to Deltona, land, and then have an escort to take him home. It's a compilation of, it's a good question. It's a compilation of the other deputies. So when you see the female in the back of the car with him, the Deputy Puglisi, that's her body camera video. It runs, but he goes around the back to seek cover, and then when they start ordering him out of the house, he goes back around, but there's other cameras there at the same time. So, yep.
Is there like an official headshot of the deputy that would be?
Well, I'm not allowed to give that out. So, if he gives me permission to, or he wants to do interviews with the media, by me, it's all him. But I won't do anything without him because we took a couple of pictures with him in the hospital. And I don't think he was too happy. I don't think he wants to see anybody see him in a hospital bed. I get that. So we kind of just said, we'll just leave that alone. He wants to watch SpongeBob eat chicken and waffles.
Your time's up.
Thanks, darling. I appreciate it. I would expect anything less from Channel 9.
You notice I have two microphones here?
Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood showing the body camera video and giving an update on how Deputy Rivera is doing today. Said he is expected to be released from the hospital tomorrow. Really said that he had an angel looking out for him during this because they were responding to essentially a vandalism call that ended up in, as the sheriff called it, a barrage of bullets. 12 shots fired by that suspect, according to investigators. They say they even found a trail kind of heading down the driveway there. Interesting to hear the sheriff talk about a search or a query that was put into artificial intelligence, some sort of AI platform by this suspect, according to the sheriff, asking, can I kill someone if they visit my property? The sheriff saying that AI platform essentially gave them an answer saying that not a good idea, and walked them through some of the platforms or the planks of stand your ground here in Florida. We also heard the sheriff talk about the confrontation earlier in the morning, the vandalism confrontation that ended up being the reason deputies were out there to begin with. The suspect telling investigators that he had a horrible day and did intend to shoot those deputies as soon as they arrived. Also said that he was aiming for the chest. That it was no coincidence that the body camera on that one deputy, Jose Rivera, ended up blocking that, because that's what that's what the suspect was aiming for, according to investigators. So again, that's why the sheriff said essentially there was an angel looking out for him. Certainly a miracle that he was not hurt worse, as you saw in that body camera video. 12 shots fired by the suspect, the sheriff says. They say Rivera got 6 off himself. He's been with the sheriff's office for a few years now, since 2023, and one of the office's top performers, according to Sheriff Chitwood, who also lauded the response by fellow deputies and others on the scene for not just their bravery and their quick thinking and action to save their partner, but also the restraint they showed and ended up in making an arrest in this case. So that's the news we've been following for the past 24 hours or so, culminating with this body camera release, and certainly wishing Deputy Rivera well. We also, just a quick note, that suspect was in court earlier today. In case you weren't with us on Fox 35 News Plus earlier, made his first appearance around 1:30, and a judge denied bond. There will be another hearing about that, but for this point, he will be held in custody without bond. That is Luis Jose Diaz Polanco facing charges in this case, including an attempted murder charge, as I believe the sheriff outlined with that. Fox 35's Marie Ettinger going to be on this story, as is Fox 35's Manny Martinez. We have team coverage coming up for you on Fox 35 News at 5. But first, going to get ready to hand things off to the Fox 35 Storm Team and Fox 35 Weather Plus, as our news coverage continues right here on Fox Local. Have a good rest of your day, and keep it right here on Fox Local.